Hello, welcome back sa aking live na para bang hindi nagdi-discontinue dahil sa ulan. Ayan. Oh, oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
This land feels twisted.
Parang
I'm
gusto ko
surprised my father didn't want to
mag-Skyway.
live out here.
An
Now, for me,
experience that's
Dawnguard has always
siguro.
felt disjointed from the other two main stories. While two dragons can turn up in the Forgotten Vale, breaking through the ice in one of the cooler moments of the DLC, it doesn't really feel like the Dawnguard storyline requires us to be Dragonborn as much as the other two. And our status as the one with Akatosh's draconic blood seems to be a bit of a footnote. I would even go as far as to say that we aren't even the main character of Dawnguard. Serana is. We're just the hydrogen bomb she keeps around to deal with her problems. But the interesting thing is that, while she is what the plot revolves around, being a daughter of Cold Harbour, while her father is the main villain, everything only happens because of another one of Akatosh's failures acting as a puppet master. Or rather, Auriel's failure. Arch-Curate Verther. Now you might be thinking, why is Akatosh's failure here the reason we have the Dawnguard DLC? Last time you checked, Harkon was the final boss. Well, Serana mentions that while the family dynamic with the Volkihars was never great because, you know, Molag Bal, it only fell apart when Harkon discovered the tyranny of the Sun prophecy. And who made that prophecy? Verther. He set it all in motion, all because of Auriel. Now, Auriel is another iteration of Akatosh. Kinda. It can get quite complicated, and there are plenty of theories and odd bits of lore about the two. Honestly, I'm kinda underselling it here. It's as confusing as anything, and I have a whole video on Akatosh to explain these oddities. But note that Auriel showed older records of being worshipped than Akatosh. You can kinda see him as an earlier form, since he was originally an elven deity and was said to have used Auriel's bow to fight against humanity, shooting Lorcan's heart into the Red Mountain, all the way back in the Dawn Era, the first era in Nirn's history. Long story short, the elves are Auriel's day ones, and it's important to note that Archcurate Verther belongs to one of the ancient varieties of these elves. Think of the Aelids, the Chimer, and the Snow Elves. Sure, the Chimer ended up worshipping Daedric princes, but the Snow Elves still heavily worshipped Auriel, and with a title like Archcurate, it's clear that Verther would have been one of Auriel's most avid worshippers. It is odd then that when Verther was bitten by a vampire, he turned into one, abandoned by Auriel. Serana even says that Auriel should have protected him from vampirism, but this was obviously not the case. And it's also worth noting that Serana should know a lot about being a vampire. Not only is she one, she's also a worshipper of Molag Bal, the father of vampires. Granted, Aedra had been known for abandoning their followers after they became vampires, as was the case with Arcane and the first vampire, LeMay Bal, who likely remains Molag Bal's most pitiable victim even after all this time. Since Auriel is a sun god, becoming a sun-fearing being don't exactly put you in his good books. Now, to cut Auriel some slack, the elven part of him may have been expunged from reality. But during the rule of the Alessian Empire, there was a cult following the tenets of an ape-man. These ape-men are known as the Impi, and I wouldn't mind playing them in the next Elder Scrolls, if anyone from Bethesda is watching. I doubt it though. Either way, as part of these tenets, they wish to remove the elven part of Akatosh, essentially Auriel, from reality, and made a gigantic dragon break, known as the Middle Dawn. We are unsure if these cultists were successful, but if they were, Auriel might not exist anymore. And if this is the case, Akatosh could be sending us to deal with the aftermath of his predecessor's removal. This also depends on the timeline, since this specific dragon break happened somewhere in the middle of the First Era, and Verthair could have been around since the Berythic, considering that this is the era in which Iskamor's 500 companions were purging the Snow Elves from Skyrim. If Verthair was made a vampire before this, then I guess Auriel really did abandon him, and we are here to silence the rowdy Forsaken priest, who is causing too much of a scene. If not, then I suppose you can say that this is evidence that the elven part of Akatosh was expunged from reality, and that there really isn't an Auriel to pray for anymore. This would also mean that there's a tragedy in Verthair's attempted vengeance, for the god he seeks vengeance upon no longer exists. And thus, Akatosh could actually be seeking a mercy through us, by sending us to correct this failure of Auriel's. Simply by the gods not existing, we are putting one of his most ardent servants out of their misery. Or Dragon Dad just doesn't want a lunatic fighting for the sun, which has always been a strong measure of time. Either explanation works, I suppose. And then us taking up Archon is to ensure that this vengeance upon Auriel isn't carried out following Verthair's demise. Still, with Verthair not really being the main big bad of the DLC he appears in, I think it's about time we move on to Akatosh's strangest failure, and the one that's best at aura farming, Miraak.
You fight valiantly against fate, but I am stronger here.
Out of all of the other Dragonborns throughout the history of the Elder Scrolls, and there have been quite a few, Miraak is probably the most similar to us. He doesn't have the dragon blood because of some covenant signed by an ancestor. Instead, it seems he was put on Nirn for a specific purpose, and given this dragon blood to do this purpose. But what this specific purpose is eludes me somewhat. What is clear is that he refused to do it, unlike us, who put the beat down on Alduin something fierce. Well, I'm talking more about generic John Skyrim than the Dragonborns in the Scrolls community, because most of us don't bother with the main quest on a playthrough. But you lot are smart, you get the point. Now, if we're trying to give Akatosh some credit here, he theoretically wouldn't have given Miraak the dragon blood all willy-nilly without a reason, and it seems that reason is the same as ours: deal with Alduin. Akatosh probably wasn't happy with Alduin not gearing up to eat the world like he's supposed to, and instead going around enslaving mortals, so he made one of his dragon priests a dragonborn. Now, the reason I call Miraak Akatosh's strangest failure is that I don't really know what he expected out of Miraak specifically. So, we don't have a timeline on how Miraak became Dragonborn. We don't even have a timeline about how we became Dragonborn. As I mentioned before, Alessia was made Dragonborn through a covenant, while all of the others following her were born that way, which means that both we or Miraak could have been made a Dragonborn on a fateful day, or born with the dragon blood. This kinda confuses me, since if Miraak was made Dragonborn at a certain point in time, why him? Why choose him to defeat Alduin, if that was even his destiny? Miraak himself stated that he could have dealt with Alduin, and that he would later have to if he got out of Apocrypha if we didn't do it first. And we know this from the following two quotes.
They wanted to use me to deal with Alduin, Hakon and the rest. I chose otherwise. Felling Alduin was a mighty deed, and I thank you for it. He would have proved troublesome to me.
Miraak also acted in opposition to Alduin by essentially bending the will of his servants, getting a few of his dragon priests on side, starting a rebellion, and conspiring with Hermaeus Mora. Sure, he got his ass beat by Valok the Jailer, and then got locked up by the Calamari King, so we never got to see the latest stages of Miraak's plans. His main goal in the Dragonborn DLC is to escape Apocrypha, and mentions that Solstheim will be mine, as he put it, so I'm assuming he wishes to be a kind of Dragonborn conqueror, perhaps in the vein of Alduin, when his cult was at its max power and beck and call. If this was his original goal, then he would have had to stop Alduin at some point. There's no way the firstborn of Akatosh would sit idly by while somebody's literally leeching all of his resources. I mean, he literally didn't. He sent Valok the Jailer to deal with Miraak. There is the argument that Miraak didn't want to fight Alduin with the Sovereign Guard trio, probably because the goal wasn't to free Skyrim, but to be its new cult leader. We don't 100% know though, because Miraak weirdly doesn't say a lot, and thus trying to work out what Akatosh intended for him, and how he failed the Dragon God, is only theoretical. What is known is that Miraak remains one of Akatosh's failures, whether he failed to be a hero and defeat Alduin to put him back on his destined path, or fail to take Alduin's place as the leader of the Dragon Cult is unknown, but fail he did. As we mentioned before, he was bested by Valok, and while the battle between the two Dragon Priests was an epic affair, turning Solstheim from a region in Skyrim to an island, all Avatar Kyoshi style, he needed to be saved by a Daedric prince. Now, if you'll remember my little tidbit about Akatosh hating Daedra and making a covenant to keep them out, you'll probably put two and two together and realise that Miraak turning to Mora for power puts him at odds with Akatosh's desire, whatever they may be. Miraak essentially decided that Akatosh and even Alduin's gifts were not enough. Also, remember that Miraak is a dragon priest on top of being a dragonborn, and that Alduin is technically an extension of Akatosh, as his firstborn and potentially shed skin, meaning that Miraak here got a double power-up by the Dragon God of Time. We, the last Dragonborn, are only walking around with the dragon blood, not the immortality that comes with being a dragon priest, and yet that isn't enough for Miraak. He went out of his way to get even more power and knowledge from Herma Mora, and through that, sought to start his rebellion. And that is why, in my opinion, he is another of Akatosh's failures. For whatever reason, Akatosh had the bad luck, or perhaps bad decision-making ability, to choose a man this power-hungry, and this makes Miraak the final of Akatosh's failures we have to fix. That in mind, we cannot fix all of Akatosh's failures, not alone anyway, and we, the destined last Dragonborn, inevitably become one of them.
In the name of Kine, in the name of Shor, and in the name of Atmora of old, you are Ysmir now, the dragon of the North.
In Dawnguard and Dragonborn, we have the opportunity to become servants of Daedric princes, something very much not in Akatosh's desires. Now, to be fair, we don't have to give our souls to Molag Bol. We can maintain our mortality and still give Vertha a biblical beatdown, then turn Harkon into strawberry jam. As I said before, we're basically Serana's hydrogen bomb, but we need Hermaeus Mora to defeat Miraak. This kind of gives you some context as to how much more powerful everything we face in Dragonborn is compared to Dawnguard. In our first encounter with the first Dragonborn, he basically lays us out, even if we've already beaten Alduin, and it is clear that we need Hermaeus Mora's knowledge to give us a chance to confront Miraak. And even then, we're not the ones who land the finishing blow. the Kraken's nerdy cousin is. You could even argue that what Akatosh gave us wasn't enough for the task of dealing with his previous Dragonborn failure. Granted, Akatosh did better with us than with Murak, considering that we saved the world twice over before going to Solstheim, provided we do things in order. Unfortunately, that isn't enough, and Hermaeus Mora doesn't do things for free. Now, I can't speak for how power-hungry everyone's specific Dragonborn is, since Skyrim is an RPG, so this varies from player to player, but it's interesting that the game doesn't give us a choice with Herma Mora. If you want to beat Murak, you need the Tentacle Man's help. In the end, we sort of become Hermaeus Mora's servant, as a replacement for Murak. At least that's how Doc Ock here sees it. Giving him the secrets of the skull, strengthening the Daedric Prince, something that Akatosh would historically want to avoid. Yet fate, or I guess God Howard, doesn't give John Skyrim another choice. If Murak was meant to put Alduin back on its rightful path, being the original solution to Akatosh's greatest and original failure, and didn't do it, we are essentially Murak too. I know that there are Tiber Septim links, as we stated before, considering that we get the same title as the founding emperor, Ysmir, but realistically we're more Murak than Tiber. The Alduin we face might as well be the same Alduin that Murak dealt with, maybe a few years on, since he was shunted unnaturally forward in time. It's the same Alduin, the same dragon cult, the same dragon priests, and we even work with the same Nordic heroes that Murak originally rejected, learning their shouts and fighting alongside them in Sovngarde. Because we're working with Hermaeus Mora to deal with Murak later on, you could even make the argument that Akatosh is making the same mistake with us. It's just not as severe this time. At the end of the day, Squid Game still ends up with Akatosh's most powerful mortal as an asset. Sure, we can chill outside of Apocrypha, unlike Murak, but we are still Tentacle McGee's asset, whether we like it or not. And the full effect of this isn't really known until we get to Elder Scrolls 6. Will the Dragonborn get stuck in Apocrypha like with Murak? Will we become a Cthulhu monster obsessed with books? Who knows? I'm not even sure Bethesda does, so I can't talk to the impact of this failure. I highly doubt John Skyrim is going to try to rule the world like Alduin and potentially Murak, or blot out the sun for some revenge, like Archcurate Vertha, but it could mean that Tamriel loses one of its greatest heroes and defenders. We have largely been a success for Akatosh up until this point, but as we start working with Herma Mora and go down the same path as Murak, we end up like him, another one of the Dragon God's failures. This is interesting to me because you could argue that Oblivion is a story of Akatosh's success.
Stand true, my friend. May your heart be your guide, and the gods grant you strength.
One of Akatosh's greatest success stories was his covenant with Alessia, protecting Nirn from the Daedra. This covenant with Alessia's bloodline kept the world largely safe from the forces of Oblivion for a very long time, and when it was all going to fall apart in the climax of Oblivion's main quest, Martin Septim mantles Akatosh to defeat Merin's Dagon, and while the Septim dynasty ends during that fight, it permanently seals the rift from Oblivion to Nirn, representing a complete victory for Akatosh over the forces of the Daedra. Of course, the fall of the Septim dynasty causes absolute chaos in Tamriel, but that isn't really Akatosh's problem. It becomes Talos's problem, but I've covered him enough. You see, Akatosh is time itself, uncaring and never moving. His covenant resulted in a permanent shutting of the Oblivion gates, and that, very much, is a success. Perhaps that is the duality of Oblivion and Skyrim. Oblivion is the result of Akatosh's success, despite the severity of the Oblivion crisis. The Knights of the Nine expansion even involves the final defeat of Umaril the Unfeathered, an enemy of the Eight Divines all the way back in the First Era. The Shivering Isles is sort of his own thing, but Skyrim
Thermal
and all its main
dynamos.
villains
Okay,
are a
papalevel muna
result
tayo.
of Akatosh's failures. His firstborn son, his once loyal servant, and his first attempt at a Dragonborn. And then there's us, the last Dragonborn, possibly his last attempt at making things right, and even then we end up in the clutches of Hermaeus Mora, meaning that Akatosh's greatest champion, the one to right his wrongs, ends up in the service of someone else. Someone, if his history is anything to go by, would be his enemy. I don't know about you, but I would call that another failure. Thanks for watching, people. This has been less lore-heavy and more about exploring the written themes of Skyrim. I appreciate that the writing of modern Bethesda isn't amazing, but there is often still something to decipher and discover in mediocrity, if that mediocre thing has something to say. This is me
Siyempre lang.
basically using every brain cell in my mind case,
Kakilip-kilip
which isn't
naman.
many, to try to find the thematic link between the main quest and the 2 DLC. I had to ignore Hearthfire because it's basically Minecraft, and this is what I came up with. While Talos is the one the country of Skyrim talks about a lot, Akatosh is at the centre of the game Skyrim, but I hope you liked this kind of ramble nonetheless. Consider it a sequel to my Akatosh's Weird video if you wish, and if you enjoyed, please do like, subscribe and comment. You know, the usual ritual that YouTube seems to love so very much. Hopefully you've also noticed that I've upgraded my recording equipment, although you might not, considering that YouTube does like to compress audio quite a lot. If this is the first video you've watched of me before, welcome to the library, and if not, thank you for your return visit. Hopefully I'll see you all in another video.
When darkness came,
Mag-hold tayo. Rock, rock, rock. Snowball. May dalawa pala. Snowball. Snowball. Gusto yung orange rock siya. Yung ano.
1,000 years earlier. It's implied by Mira that she's the first of her clan to hold the position of Thane, but her father held the title of Captain of the Guard before her. Beyond her father, she mentions, "We Stormcloaks helped build Windhelm centuries ago. We're an old family, and we're proud of our heritage." Now, I think ESO might have got the timeline a little bit wrong here. Windhelm was built during the Merithic era by Ysgramor, meaning that the city was built thousands of years ago. But I'm nitpicking here. I guess even if it has been thousands of years, technically saying hundreds isn't incorrect. So, whatever. But this could also mean that Ulfric and Mera's ancestors were among the 500 companions, since they aided in building Ysgramor's city, something the Nordic hero did straight after the return and the absolute decking of the Snow Elves. This would also mean that the clan can trace their roots straight to Atmora, and that its earliest members were Atmorans, not Nords. This is headcanon on my part, however, and it isn't known if the Stormcloaks have any connection to the companions whatsoever. What I will say is that Ysgramor was known to ride a Storm Atronach bear, conjured by his personal cleverman, essentially a Nordic mage, named Alabar the Oddly Coloured. Oof. That seems like an offensive title. Anyway, with a surname like Stormcloak and a symbol of a bear, perhaps the clan has something to do with Alabar. It seems to fit too neatly to be a coincidence, although I've found no further evidence to back this little theory of mine. Beyond Thane Mirror, we also know of one more ancestor. According to Gathering Force, Arms and Armour of Tamriel, a book found in ESO, there's Skegland Stormcloak. We don't know when exactly Skegland operated he was known to be a Nord champion and a guard of Windhelm. I guess
Matatabak daw siya
similarly to
ka-leader.
Mira's father, the exact quote from the book is, "One of the veteran guards in the walled city of Windhelm. Skegland suffered neither fools nor trolls gladly. He hunts in furs and leathers. He donned his heaviest armour for the display of brutality in honour of Khan, the sky goddess." Simply put, the
Ano,
Stormcloak
diyang
are known for
patata
their
leather.
warrior reputation and longevity within Skyrim
Ah,
as one of the
Blackstone.
country's most prominent clans. We aren't entirely sure how we got from Thane to Jarl in the
Copper
family,
Blackstone.
but since the responsibility of ruling Windhelm passed from father to son, from Hogue to Ulfric, it's clear that the clan have been producing Jarls for at least a few generations. So, with such a prominent clan lineage, we run into one of my first problems with Ulfric. Although it isn't really his fault. No, it's his father's. Hogue.
My father, the great bear of Eastmarch, died in my imprisonment after the Markarth incident.
By most metrics, Hogue Stormcloak, known as the Bear of Eastmarch, was a good man and a better Jarl. He was respected by his people, was notably more tolerant of the Dunmer in Windhelm, and was mourned greatly by his people following his passing. Now, this is all great. One thing I can't make sense of, though, is what he did with his son. You see, Ulfric clearly thinks well of his father. If you ask him about how he became
Okay,
Jarl,
let's go.
he'll give you a pretty passionate speech about how he died, except, by my reckoning, Hogue didn't do a lot to raise Ulfric. When Ulfric was a boy, he was chosen to train with the Greybeards on High Hrothgar, in the hopes that he would later become one. This was considered a great honour, and something that Hogue agreed to, sending his son away
Oh, I
where
don't
he spent
like
10
this
years, and here's
mushroom.
why I sort of think this doesn't make a lot of sense. I have rifled through all of Ulfric's dialogue, and he pretty much only ever mentions his father when talking about his family. Obviously, he must have had a mother, but he doesn't mention her, and he doesn't mention any other sibling either. He even calls himself Hogue's only son.
I only hope I can prove worthy of that honor. I, his only son, forced to deliver his eulogy via letter I had smuggled out of prison. Such is the love of Titus Mead for his subjects.
Why do I bring this up? Well, this means that Hogue sent away his only son and heir to become a Greybeard, effectively agreeing that his clan end with him, a clan whose lineage can be traced back to the Merethic era, before any Cyrodiilic Empire and before even the Dragon Wars that saw Alduin get sent through time. His clan's existence in Skyrim is even older than the Way of the Voice, if Mera Stormcloak's quotes are to be believed. Now, I don't care how much of an honour being chosen by the Greybeards is. It's not really great for you or your city if there is concern about succession, since Hogue presumably doesn't have another child to give his Jarl title to. I only say presumably because the Ulfric only child clip is when he talks about his imprisonment in Markarth. So you could perhaps argue that he might have had a sibling before this time that was later lost, although I doubt it. Now I guess you could argue that Hogue's succession could have gone to his wife, Ulfric's mother, a woman who definitely existed because, well, Ulfric's there, but from what I gathered, Ulfric's mum isn't around anymore, and Ulfric is Hogue's only child. So giving that only child away always seemed like a bit of a plot hole for me, because what did that mean for Windhelm? Did Hogue have somebody else lined up? Was he willing to let his clan end right there? Bearman, what were you thinking? Now, the thing is, the Greybeards clearly chose somebody who would have made a good fit under normal circumstances. If there's such a thing as normal circumstances in Tamriel, because, well, it's a weird continent. Ulfric can use 3-word shouts after 10 years of training, and the fact that he can shout at all is actually quite impressive. Now sure, to us it isn't, because we can use dozens of 3-word shouts after a month of sprinting around the country, but we're John Skyrim. We are special. The thing is, the Great War kind of ruined everything for everyone, and Ulfric left his training to go fight in that war. something against both the Greybeard's wishes and the Way of the Voice, since the Way of the Voice believes in using the Thune in a non-violent way. Although I guess self-defense is still on the cards because, well, damn the romantic hands. After that, we then have Ulfric's capture at the hands of the Thalmor, the whole Markov incident, and then him starting the Stormcloak Rebellion, and so on and so forth. All stuff I won't go into detail here, because we still have a lot to get through, and I would like this video to be under an hour long. If you want a more detailed explanation on all of those events leading up to the Civil War, which includes everything I've mentioned and more, check out my Civil War series and the Stormcloak video in particular, because all this stuff is left intentionally mysterious yet still addressed. We still have a bunch of things to cover in this video that is probably not meant to be mysterious and just doesn't get addressed. But what I want you to remember is that Ulfric does a lot of questionable stuff, and that this stuff is left quite obscure until he takes the throne from his father.
I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Now, despite Hoag's best efforts to throw his lineage in the bin, Ulfric takes the throne of Windhelm, and, well, doesn't start a war quite yet. At this point, he's built up his own militia, and it's only really busying itself with minor kerfuffles with the Imperials. But at this point, Ulfric is a proper man. By that, I mean he's not a young adult trying to find his way in the world. He's had 10 years of training with the Greybeards, 5-ish years fighting in the Great War, and an unknown number of years imprisoned in Markov. Although, if we take the end of the Great War, 4E175, and the start of Ulfric's reign, 4E183, he was imprisoned for a maximum of 7 to 8 years. If we assume that Ulfric was very young when he was taken to the Greybeards, like 5 for instance, it has been roughly 23 years, which would make him 28. Let's just say that Ulfric is in his late 20s or early 30s by the
vanilla lang
time
naman
he's
yan
Jarl, and given the fragile situation Skyrim finds itself in at this
Hindi ko
point,
alam pero
he
kinuha ko
should
si
probably look at getting an heir, lest he be the last of his line, like his father almost was before him. He's a warrior after
Kinuha
all,
ko kasi
and while
yung
Ulfric has
tawag
shown a
doon.
habit of surviving a
Yung
lot,
timestamp
he
XP.
probably knows that luck might run out at some point. It's probably why, during the Civil War questline, he doesn't do any fighting until the Battle of either Windhelm or Solitude. So, why doesn't he have an heir? After becoming Jarl, and given his age at the time, he would have been Skyrim's most eligible bachelor. Now, sure, he would have also been a controversial bachelor, but he's Ulfric's Stormcloak. He could sleep on a bed made out of his voice.
Hello,
Looking
hello.
at retirement age, there's a certain
Hello,
blacksmith's
hello.
apprentice who would risk it all.
Hello.
So
Hello,
getting a
hello.
wife
Hello,
shouldn't
birthday
have been a
girl.
problem, especially back then.
Happy
Now,
birthday,
sure,
Polab.
you could argue he's waiting for a good political marriage that hasn't come along yet. But, as I said before,
Dami mo
he's
nakain.
pushing or in his 50s by the time we get to Skyrim, the game. The game takes place 18 years after Ulfric becomes Jarl,
Dami
and
nakain ng
26
love ko.
years after the Great War ends. So, if he had a child when he
Check
became
out
Jarl, that child would be
Outfit.
almost an
Mga
adult in
dalawa
their
lang.
own right,
Basta
and a suitable heir to take over should the worst happen to him. If he had a kid before Markov,
Hindi ka
he
na
could have
mag-aano.
a warrior prince or princess fighting by his
Hindi ka
side.
na
Now in their mid-20s, who is ready to marry a powerful
ma-glorieta
ally
o
for an
mag-glorieta pa
advantage.
rin.
But no.
Magduruyan ako
Instead,
din.
he's
Bibila akong
single into
tatlong
his
pair.
50s. And
Okay,
yes, I
baka lang
know there's
magkaroon
a
ka ng
certain
peace of mind.
50-year-old the entire internet is swooning for at
Yes.
the moment, but even the mighty
Let's
and
wear
corny
again,
Leon
again,
is married.
again.
Sorry, ladies.
Sige pala.
We just don't know who to.
Love you.
I have a gut
Love you.
feeling it's Claire, though. I just feel like those two would have a pact where they get married to each other at like 40 plus if they didn't find anyone else. And at some point, Leon's got to say to
Ayun,
himself,
mahal talaga
he's
siya.
too old to be doing that cat and mouse dance he's been doing with
Shane
Ada
ka
for,
order.
God, it's got to be like 30 years now, right?
Ah?
And of course,
Shane
the
ka
entire
order.
idea would have come from Chris.
Oo.
But never mind that, this is a Resident Evil video, let's get back on track. So, that leads us to where we are in Skyrim. Ulfric is a 50-something-year-old dude with no
Love you.
debt, and thus the longevity of the Stormcloak rulership of Skyrim, should he win the Civil
Gusto mo
War,
yung bear?
is uncertain. Ulfric's
Yes,
rule of
Dana.
Skyrim is meant to introduce certainty and strength, a certain level of extra control when you're taken away from the rulership of the Empire. That's the theory anyway, but nothing makes you more uncertain than an issue around succession. I don't want to make it seem like I'm dogging the older guys here, but Ulfric is in his 50s. Sure, he keeps himself fighting fit, and is apparently still a heartthrob for some, but he is also at the age where questions should be rising about what's next after he's gone. Yet he's made no intentions of having an heir, and at his age, time is running out. He's not exactly an eligible bachelor anymore, and in the space of 1 year, roughly how long the Civil War has been going on for, he has already lost the battle that should have ended his life were it not for Alduin, a literal deus ex machina. Just an unintentional one, I guess. If Ulfric's gone, the war and his entire rebellion is done, but if he's a successor, the rebellion could live on without him, keeping his ideals alive. Even if Ulfric does win, but kicks the bucket, say, 10 years later, he puts Skyrim right back into another succession problem, and Skyrim almost always has a civil war whenever there's a succession battle. Trust me, it's a lot more common than you think. I know that the majority of my argument basically boils down to Ulfric and Hogue won't have kids. And maybe you could logically justify it by saying Ulfric doesn't like women or something, but he can still have an heir. Someone to carry his ideals forward. He doesn't have to be blood related, he can choose somebody. This way he can even the battlefield a bit more, since if Tullius is defeated, but Solitude is still standing, the Empire can always just send another general. So, given this plot hole, or rather this lapse in logic, how would I, a man with absolutely no real creative writing experience, fix this while adding more emotion to the Civil War? Well, here's what I came up with.
I am indeed Ulfric Stormcloak, and at my side the man known as Stormblade, and the world knows as the Dragonborn.
So, first of all, the change I would make is Hal having two sons, Ulfric and let's call him Bjorn. Bjorn works, right? Now, Bjorn would be the elder son and the heir, while Ulfric would be the second son and get shipped off to the Greybeard as before. When the Great War kicks off, Ulfric would catch wind of his brother leading Nords into battle, possibly from going to Ironstead to pick up supplies, and goes not just to defend his country as before, but to protect his family and his brother. This is kinda similar to what Game of Thrones did with Jon Snow, almost leaving the Night's Watch, go help Robb Stark in his war. Except Ulfric would actually leave. The tragic part of this will be that Bjorn dies defending Ulfric instead, and when Ulfric gets captured, as described in the Thalmor dossier, where he gives away a secret to getting into the Imperial City by being broken by Elenwen, which doesn't actually get used because the city already fell, it's complicated, it is now given a new context. Ulfric is no longer a beaten warrior. He is a grieving brother who blames himself for that brother's death, and thus is already broken before capture. He then escapes, as in the law, comes back to fight in the Battle of the Red Ring, as before again, then comes home, not to the Greybeard, but to Windhelm. And the difference here will be that he is requested to return by his father. Now, vengeful after Bjorn's death, this also leaves the brutality of the Markarth incident, and then his imprisonment an extra layer, since he lost his brother to the Thalmor and is taking his anger out on the Forsworn, then Reachmen, and the Empire. Again, there would be the emotional element of Ulfric being a young man, thrust into a situation he never wanted to be in, while trying to comprehend the idea that his brother is no longer around. This is quite a common thing with kings in English history. For instance, Henry VIII was the second-born son, and never meant to be king, but was made the heir after his elder brother, Arthur, was slain in battle. When his father, Hogue, passes as normal, this would only increase his hatred even more, and when he takes to the throne of Windhelm as his Jarl, there will be this added hatred as give Ulfric a new family. Perhaps he met someone during the Great War, a mighty shield maiden, and when he became Jarl, they would have a child. I think because Rogue had 2 boys in this rewrite, we should probably stop it from being a bit of a sausage fest and give Ulfric a
Hindi ko
daughter.
malaman kung
And
anong
let's call
ma-check
her
out ko
Mira,
dito na outfit
after
mo.
her ancestor,
Kasi hindi ko alam
solving
kung
the
mamaya
succession
nag-egg
problem
na
that I
happy
had
tayo, o
before.
kaya mamaya
To add
nag-egg
another
na
layer
pala
to
sa
Ulfric's grief,
sa
maybe have
data
it
ba?
that his wife was lost during the battle that led to his capture and transport to Helgen, thus giving him a deeper-seated hatred of not just the Empire, but of Tullius specifically. Because the two don't really have a relationship at all. The relationship and rivalry is really between Ulfric and Riker, but Riker's not the one in charge, so it kind of falls a little flat. When Ulfric escapes with the help of a certain World Eater and returns home, he forbids both himself and Mira from fighting because she is all he has left, and as her only parent, he wants to be around for her despite the war, somewhat explaining why Ulfric doesn't do a lot of fighting in the Civil War questline, and forbids his daughter to do the same. Through this, I think he becomes a bit more of a sympathetic character, fighting to make Skyrim a country he can be proud of, not for himself, but for his daughter, and thus the criticism that he's just a selfish power-hungry man can't really be used as much. Now, of course, you can change his kid to be a son if you really want. It doesn't really change a lot. I just like the idea of Ulfric being a girl dad because it's something different for him. Either way, I think it's important to make Ulfric and the Stormcloaks in general the more emotional side, and to make
Okay.
They already are.
Pumili ka na
I
ng...
think cranking this emotion up to 11 would
Okay.
improve this Stormcloak versus Imperial debate.
9 days ako doon.
Grabe, 9 days.
So, nagigets mo ba kung bakit ako natutuloy ko sa outfit ko?
Dahil 9 days ka. Napyo.
I've heard a few say that they are a fan of Tullius from a writing perspective, and that Riker should have been the Imperial leader and representative in Skyrim. But the reason I like Tullius so much is that he's not representing Skyrim at all. He's the greatest representation of the Empire. He's an efficient military general put in Skyrim to do a job, and that's it. And while he doesn't really understand the norms of their culture, nor does he really try to, he is damn good at that job. Remember, were it not for Alduin, Tullius would have won the Skyrim Civil War within a year and gone straight back home. And I think this is a dynamic the Civil War should have done more with. The Empire, and thus its representative, are the logical, somewhat cold side that is fighting to keep Skyrim a cog in a machine that will be used to face the Thalmor again when the next Great War happens. Because another Great War feels inevitable. They're essentially fighting for the very logical reason that there is strength in numbers, and Skyrim does contribute to these numbers considerably. The Stormcloaks are the more emotional faction, the hot-headed side that is fighting for the love of their country and their people so that they can control
Oh
it
shit,
again.
champion.
By giving Ulfric this family dynamic in my little rewrite, it makes the emotions personal for him. Sure, he's fighting for his country like before, but he's also fighting for the sake of his daughter and to avenge his family. It makes him the foil and polar opposite to Tullius too, who has no one in this foreign land, only soldiers, and he is purely a general, nothing else. To add to this, making Ulfric a good yet overprotective father would really sell it all, and you could even give him layers by having him be remorseful about Torrig, the former High King's death, and what it put Elisif through, given that in this rewrite he would also be a widow having lost his own wife. The thing is with this is that I don't feel like you need to make many changes. You would have only had to add a handful of lines to add this extra layer to the Stormcloak Rebellion, Ulfric and the Civil War as a whole, and only one new character, Mira, since everyone else I would have added would be dead.
Mm.
Either way, as it stands currently, the Skyrim Civil War has always been a confusing piece of the game for me, because of the massive difference in quality between its lore and its execution. Now, if you were to go out of your way to look into the politics of it all, the Great War, the dynamic of the Mede Dynasty, and the continental empire of everything leading up to the Civil War, it's really compelling stuff. If you look at the gameplay and storytelling in-game, it's just boring. It's just slow and drab, and I always felt like more emotion was required when actually in the mud, fighting for a side. If you had made Ulfric a family man, you could have also given him that extra bit of emotion, especially if he spends his final moments defending his family, should you side with the Empire. It would also solve the succession plot hole I have with Ulfric and the Stormcloak clan too. I mean, sure, we
Send
love
mo
50
na
year
sa
olds
akin
that
ng
have
ano,
aged
ng
way too
orderin mo
well,
daw.
but Leon Kennedy, Ulfric, is not. Either way, thanks
Sabi
for
nahanap ko
watching
pero
this
nandito
breakdown
ako.
of Ulfric and his plot holes. Well, at
Dan.
least I think this is a plot hole, or at least it deserves to be done. I also haven't seen anyone else talk about this in a video, but a few of you in the comments have talked about Ulfric
Hala.
having brothers as part of a head clan, so I think it just makes a bit more sense.
Sinabi ko naman na
This
dapat
is
umalis
also
ka
something
talaga.
that I feel is completely
Oo.
separate to his political standing.
Tatago
Since
ka
that is
talaga nung
something
gamit mo.
contested. You might think he's a bigot or
Parang
racist,
piling ko
or you might
gawain mo
think
talaga
he's a
yun lang.
freedom fighter and a hero. But what
Yung
I
sinend
think
mo.
is clear is that not securing your succession is a bad move that can easily lead to chaos. This applies to Hope too, since if things didn't fall into place the way they did, and he didn't
Why are you sweating?
It's hot.
Oh my god, my wife's a
bot. Not to the same scale.
What are you saying to the camera? What are you mouthing? Hey, get over here!
And perhaps if you did, would you be so kind as to do the whole
Damn.
ritual so I was cursed into the void and never to be seen again? I currently do posting weekly and sometimes more often, so maybe come back this time next week to see
Oh,
what
the
I've
lag
done.
is lagging.
I'll see you then.
The lag is lagging. Mag-retreat mo na me. It's so hot. Uy, ka nag-retreat ka nga talaga. Oh my god, the lag is lagging. Oh, the lag is lagging.
Why are you sweating?
It's hot.
It's so hot. Oh my god. Let's go out. Huwag na natin i-risk. Oh my god,
Well, last year
balindaan.
we had.
Snow elves.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, but they got him.
What does that mean?
I liked him too.
What do you mean they got him?
He used to share with Dunkaroos. Good guy.
If you have put any number of hours into Skyrim, which I bet you have, you've probably heard a lot of NPCs, mainly Stormcloaks, scream about being a Nord and how proud they are of it. They call themselves the true sons and daughters of Skyrim, but there are many theories and many strong points
Ay,
to
masasabi mo
contradict
kanina, ma?
this claim. After all,
Ah.
Talos may be a Nord, and that is a big maybe because he's so complicated. Check this video out for more context on that.
Nandyan, ma?
He is not a Nordic god. He's an imperial god, raised to godhood while he was emperor of Cyrodiil, and while he got his start in what would later be Skyrim, since Falkreath was technically in the Colovian estates at the time, and the Nords worship his Nordic aspect, Ysmir, they have had many gods before him. So why are these so-called true Nords worshipping Talos over their original gods? And more than that, is Skyrim even the proper home of the Nords? It has historically been home to a few different races, so what gives there? Well, for that, we need to start by doing some deep diving into Skyrim's past. So far, in
Nice,
fact,
Echo
that we
Gem.
are delving into a time clouded by
Ornate
mythology
scroll.
to
Ayoko
work
na
out
dyan.
if Skyrim is really the land of the
Let's
Nords
abandon.
and what it
Abandon
means
that.
to be a
Wait,
true Nord.
abandon that.
So buckle in, children of Skyrim. This is going
This is not worth
to
it.
be a bit of a mess.
The spirits of our ancestors are stirring, and men, under suns yet to dawn, will be transformed by what we do here today.
So, many of you have probably seen the phrase, Skyrim belongs to the Falmer or Snow Elves, if you've been in any Skyrim lore video comment sections, including mine. It's not really that original, but this comes from the sensibility that Snow Elves are the natives of Skyrim, having been there since before the Atmorans, the precursors to the Nords. Now, if we're being extra pedantic, which we are on this channel, the Atmorans who later became the Nords might not be the first humans in Skyrim. The Needs were the human inhabitants of Tamriel for much of the Merithic era, and there is a theory that they came from Atmora before the famous batch of Atmorans led by Ysgramor, meaning that the Nords and their ancestors aren't even the first humans to land in Skyrim. Technically, that honour would go to the Imperials and their ancestors, the Needs. Although you Empire fans may have to hold your horses before you start rage
the
baiting
love.
Stormcloaks. One is that elves aren't actually native to Tamriel, at least according to their own myths. Elves have, or at least had, a connection to Aetherius, descending from the Elnafe, essentially spirits that helped create the world. These Elnafe landed in Nirn, in the continent of Aldmeris, and according to epic poetry from Altmer far later, these ancients landed in the Somerset Isles of Tamriel, but forgot to go home, I think, because Aldmeris became lost to the ancients. In other records, it was said that the Aldmeri, the ancient elves, fled their homeland in search of a new one, because the continent was facing some sort of unspecified threat. Don't ask me what this unspecified threat was, I've no idea, but if you have some interesting theories, let me know. Either way, what you need to know is that the Elnafe landed in Aldmeris, became mortal after the convention, essentially a big old meeting where the rules of the world were made, and thus they were made elves, and then embarked on a journey to Tamriel, making them the Tamriel that we know. Well, I was going to say love, but I'm pretty sure there's not that much love there. Well, not if my comment section's anything to go by. Now, this would of course include the Snow Elves. The Snow Elves very much seem to have a strong connection to Aldmeri culture, especially through the way that they worshipped Auriel, so they're technically not native to Skyrim. Now, the funny thing for you Nord fans out there is that the Nords, or at least their Atmoran ancestors, might have actually been the first mortals to step foot in Skyrim. Okay, so you might be thinking, how can Atmorans be native to anywhere in Tamriel if they're named after another continent? Well, for one, accurately naming things is not an Atmoran's forte. They call
Bakit?
Skyrim Merith, the land of the elves, and as we just proved, is originally not, and is probably a better name for Aldmeris. This name becomes even funnier when the
What
Atmorans
if
themselves
parang
believe they
parang
originated from
general mo
Skyrim.
siya?
You see, Kyne, also known as Kinnereth, her
Hmm,
imperial and more modern name, is the mother of humanity,
yung
and myth
parang ano,
dictates that she created humanity on the throat of the world, with her husband, Shor, who you might also
yung
know as Morkan, his elven
parang
name. But this is a video about Nords, so
general
ignore Shor.
outfit na
Now,
pwedeng
Kyne
all
is the
around.
sky goddess, and thus
Like,
humanity
hindi
are the
masyadong
children of the
specific.
sky, and the Atmorans were the ones who remembered this best, as Kyne still remains one of the most widely worshipped deities in Nordic culture,
Oo.
even if she's been renamed and a little rebranded. This would mean that
Oh
humanity
my
went
god,
north
the log
to
is
Atmora,
lagging.
after being created at the throat of the world,
Okay, since
becoming Atmorans, then returned to Skyrim with Ysgramor. They might have even followed the path of the flying snow whales. Yes, there are flying whales. This is Elder Scrolls. Weird stuff like this is the norm. And these whales were known to migrate from Skyrim to Atmora, depending on the seasons. You might feel vindicated, as a lore fan, knowing that an interpretation of the lore means that your people are in fact native to Skyrim, not the elves in Europe. Although, bear in mind it's mythology on both the elven and human sides. You might also think, this is it then. This is what it means to be a true Nord. To be a child of the sky and a worshipper of Kine, your creator, and the old gods from the pantheon she led with her husband. It's all about the old ways, and being like the Atmorans. Well, we then have a problem because dragons exist.
You do not even know our tongue, do you? Such arrogance. To dare take for yourself the name of Nova.
I confess, the dragon cult kinda confuses me. Dragons themselves are children of Akatosh. Kinda. It's complicated, and I have a full video explaining that, but for the sake of this video, we're just going to be calling him Akatosh. Now, according to Shalador, the mage who founded the College of Winterhold, and his insights, dragons came into existence when time started. I think. Look, these are Shalador's writings, and I can't read this tripe. I'm guessing a little here, but either way we know that dragons are linked to Akatosh because Parthenax refers to him as the race's father, and Alduin, the dragon cult's leader, is the firstborn of Akatosh. Even the Khajiit believe the link between Akatosh and the dragons, since their version of him, Akka, not Alkosh, Alkosh is the replacement for later on, went around shagging because one of his parents told him to find love. And no, I'm not joking. And this is where the cat people believe that we got dragons from, I guess. Still, it's accepted by Nords that dragons were around before them, and ruled over Mundus. According to the etchings on High Hrothgar, we know that Alduin had the seat of his draconic empire in Atmora, before bringing the cult to Skyrim. The reason this is a little funky is that we also know there was a massive war in Atmora between the humans, led by Shor and his Thanes, Stun, who later became Stendar, and Sun, who we see in front of the Whalebone Bridge in Sovngarde, and the elves, led by Auriel, who is just Akatosh without the scaly persona, and Trinimac, his champion. Now, I couldn't find any records of dragons being a part of this conflict, probably because their initial origins, before Skyrim the game was created, were in Akavir, I believe, although it is quite hard to find stuff that's no longer canon anymore. And we're also not really sure who won this war between Shor and Akatosh. The Nords claim humans did, the elves claim they did, and there's evidence for both sides. For one, Shor and Sun died, so that doesn't really reflect on humanity well, but it's not like elves were found in Atmora anymore. So, what happened there? To me, this feels like an Akatosh victory, although one of those victories where you had to lose so much to get the W that it doesn't really feel like a W. Sometime after this, dragons came into the picture, I guess, and it doesn't seem like they started with enslavement. That came later when they got to Tamriel. To rewind a bit, the origins of the dragon cult allegedly came from the worship of animal aspects. The Atmorans had a pantheon of animal aspects split into 4 categories: the dead gods, the hearth gods, the testing gods, and the twilight god. Shor was the fox and one of the dead gods, Kine was the hawk and one of the hearth gods, Orkay was the snake and one of the testing gods, while Alduin was predictably the dragon, known for eating the world and thus the twilight god. Curiously, the Atmorans knew that Alduin would eat the world because that's why he's the Twilight God, yet the rise of the dragon cult still happened, probably because he was the only one who could actually turn up on Nirn, given that he wasn't an Aedra like the majority of the Pantheon. Well, he spawned from one, but Alduin specifically had nothing to do with the creation of the world. He's only here to eat it. Weirdly, there were signs that the dragon cult didn't start too badly. And the one from Atmora was a lot more chill than what we got when it moved to Skyrim. We're not entirely sure why this is, but to me it feels like an attempt to shoehorn the modern dragon lore which has already been set in stone in prior games. Still, Alduin is credited with the establishment of the culture around the dragon cult, and that there was an Atmoran civil war going on, which led to Ysgramor and his crew leaving in the first place to find a new home. Because the dragon cult was operating in Atmora at the time, it's safe to assume that this was a dragon versus dragon civil war, which could have led to the winning side cracking down on humanity. This then led to humanity's rebellion, Kine giving them the power of the Thu'um, asking Paarthurnax to teach them the voice, Alduin getting booted through time, and so on. Because this was encouraged by Kine, I think it's safe to say that the true Nords are the ones who fought against Alduin, not the ones who partnered with the dragons for more power, becoming dragon priests. But it also means that worshipping the oldest form of the Nordic pantheon doesn't make you a true Nord either. Its worship led to its mutation into the dragon cult, something the cult itself acknowledges with the animal symbols throughout the many, many ancient Nordic ruins. This could be partially why the ancient Nordic pantheon evolved into the regular Nordic pantheon without the furry personas, and means that being a true Nord involves learning from mistakes and evolving, including changing the way in which the gods are worshipped. Cool, that makes sense to me. But the Nords are a warrior people, so what should a true Nord think about war?
We were made to dominate. The will to power is in our blood. You feel it in yourself, do you not?
The Nords are pretty famous for getting in a scrap. They fought alongside Shor against the forces of Akatosh and the elves, nearly eradicated the snow elves for vengeance, did the same thing to the frost giants, for a laugh I guess, fought against the dragons for their freedom, somehow won a war against the Dwemer, then started another battle with the Dwemer and the Kai'Ma in an attempt to reclaim Shor's heart. Contrary to her imperial iteration, it should be noted that Kine is a warrior, but it is interesting that the Way of the Voice, an almost pacifist form of the Thu'um, was created to appease Kine after her disappointment over the Nords being tricked by the Supreme Troller, Dagoth during the Battle of the Red Mountain, where they tried to reclaim Shor's heart and failed. Now you could interpret this as Kine essentially asking the Nords, her people, to stop being so violent and attacking everything in sight. Although, what I will say is that the intentions of this war from the Nords were kinda just, or at least understandable. This wasn't an attempted conquest gone wrong, which ended Ysgramor's line when a certain High King realised that those wood elves really, really don't mess around. And then this plunged Skyrim into a civil war. Note that this happens a lot. No, this was an attempt to bring Shor back in full, but it went wrong because they trusted Dagoth, and thus I interpret this as Kine asking the Nords to use their noggin a bit more. Now, if we take Ysgramor as a shining example of what a Nord should be, given that he's been treated as such for generations upon generations, and is the founder of Skyrim as we know it, you'll find a few interesting things about his backstory. While we aren't entirely sure what he was, with the dragon cult links causing a lot of confusion, he's clearly a great warrior, having led a war against the Snow Elves and Frost Giants, and won both unanimously. But he's more than that. Ysgramor was a smart, scholarly man. He invented symbols so that the Atmoran language could actually be written down, and then chronicled his own life and events, becoming the first human historian, which I think is quite ironic. Modern Nords, by the time of Skyrim, have a reputation for being unga bunga and pretty dense, but the dude that started it all for them was basically the smartest guy around. He combined intelligence with battle prowess, and this led him to being a near unstoppable force. What's also interesting is Ysgramor's relationship with magic. Modern Nords are famously averse to magic in Skyrim, most evident in their mistrust of the College of Winterhold, but this was not the case with Iskramor.
Surprise, may
He had
pasok
his own
pala
personal
bukas.
clever man,
Yan,
essentially a
bakit
mage
kasi
with
may
a funny
pasok
title
bukas
using
yun?
very specific Nordic arts. And he famously called
Ay,
a storm
nakakatamad.
bear for Iskramor to ride, which is awesome, by the way. Why do we only get horses in Skyrim?
It's deep
Someone
sleep
get me a goddamn
bricks.
storm atronach bear. Someone at the College of Winter teach that to me. Combine this with Iskramor's skill with the theme, and that his myths include lessons with Shore in his fox form, and it's clear that ancient Nords valued versatility, strength, wisdom, magic, and knowledge, not ignorance. And this is something modern Nords don't tend to share. This then brings up another interesting point about Iskramor's myths.
Of my library.
One of the major antagonists of Iskramor's writings, other than the Snow Elves of course, is Hermaeus Mora, who was then known
Oh,
as
hi.
Mora or the Woodland Man.
Should
As a
the
man who
walls
valued
be
knowledge, there was a certain allure in someone like Paul the Octopus over here, handing out knowledge. Strangely, Squid Game acts as more of a Loki-like trickster, taking the form of a hare of all things, and almost tricking Iskramor into having large pointed ears like a hare to be better at hunting, which would have made him an elf, apparently. Iskram buddy, this feels kinda racist, but before it can continue, Shaw comes out of nowhere and RKO's Mora back to oblivion. Now obviously this is a cautionary tale about not being like the elves, the enemy. Now while you might be tempted to add elf hating on our list of true Nord traits, put a pin in that for now because we'll cover it later, but I would also want to focus on the message of not trusting a nefarious outside power, particularly a Daedric.
Tesla, makakahanap ko ng
Bear in
outfit.
mind that Daedric princes
Mainit
are
ba
gods
sa
who
panahon
didn't
ngayon sa
outlive
Thailand?
the world, something that Shaw tried to get everyone involved in,
Ah,
and thus while they
parang
aren't
kaparehas lang
always
sa atin.
humanity's enemy, they are also not to be trusted most
Okay.
of the time. So you can also add not being a Daedric worshipper onto the list of true Nord traits. One way of looking at it is saying that gifts from Kain are good, while gifts elsewhere, like Alduin's Dragon Priest power-ups and Hermaeus Mora's trolling, should be avoided. I also want to point out that the Calamari King doesn't have a particular loyalty to elves or anything like that. He's a free agent, meaning he was just trolling Iskramor at this point purely for the love of the game. Where's this Hermaeus Mora? I would have loved to be Dragonborn if it was this funny, giving Iskramor of all people big hair ears just to make him look like an elf. Instead, he's just talking at a snail's pace and getting his filthy tentacles everywhere like it's a Mediterranean fish market. Either way, we've established for you true Nord wannabes that no Daedra worship and no trusting hares are in order, which includes that creepy bugger from Alice in Wonderland. But what about other gods? And more specifically, what about Talos? We've established thus far that Shaw and Kain are the main duo that true Nords should probably worship. Kain has been keeping an eye on Nords and putting them on the straight and narrow pretty much since she's been worshipped as Kain specifically, while Nords, to this day, want to go back to Shaw's realm of Sun God. That's the end goal after all, and the nice bonus will be getting into the Hall of Valor. And how do the likes of Talos fit into this? Can the Stormlords really call themselves true Nords if they're fighting in Talos' name? Well, yes? Kinda. It's complicated. So Talos once had the title of Ysmir, meaning he passed the trials set by the Greybeards, who follow Kain's lessons, and theoretically has Kain's blessing. I mean, I don't know if she would approve of some of the crazy stuff Talos does after this, but at the time, sure, you can work with this. And also bear in mind that Ysmir is Talos' Nordic iteration, so if you are a true Nord, this is the version of Talos you probably should worship. And while this point is theoretical, another thing to bear in mind is that Talos could be made up of 3 people, which I cover in the aforementioned Talos video, including an ancient Nordic hero called Ysmir Wolfhalf and a Shezareen, a mortal reincarnation of Shor, called Zured Arctus, or Anand the Fox, his Breton name. As you remember before, Shor is a fox and the fox is Zurin's title, so you see the link here. There are also theories that Talos mantled Shor when he ascended into becoming a divine, sort of taking the dead god's place. Thus, worshipping Talos should be alright, provided that Shor's sacrifices and martyrdom aren't forgotten. A true Nord's destination is Sovngarde after all, and you do meet Sun there, one of the gods who made that sacrifice fighting for humanity. I think Shor is also meant to be there, his throne is in the Hall of Valor after all, but Bethesda forgot to add him, I guess. Still, my main problem with modern Nord, and you can attribute this to Stormcloaks too, is that they don't really mention Shor enough, and tend to worship the materialised version of Kain, Kinnereth, who, while largely the same, is still different. She's not as much of a warrior for one, and this is something pointed out by the old dude who gives you Kain's sacred trials, Froki Wetted Blade. This has also spawned a fun theory that the true Nords of Skyrim aren't the civilized folk inhabiting the towns and cities. No, they're actually the bandits, due to them shouting things like Skyrim belongs to the Nords, suggesting that the bandits could have been pushed out and are resisting the imperialization of their country, which, while fun, doesn't really hold a lot of weight for me. Plenty of other Nord NPCs will say the same thing, and they aren't criminals.
Yes, no.
And it's not like Shor and Kain worshippers are being prosecuted. Talos worshippers, sure, but Kynesgrove is still called Kynesgrove after all, and there are bandits of all races. Still, it is interesting to see that many people agree with me about how the true
Since
Nordic
birthday mo,
culture
sige
has
lang.
been lost a little and imperialized, and it doesn't feel like Stormcloaks, who market themselves as true Nords, are
Tingin, tingin,
fighting to
tingin,
bring
tingin.
this back.
Wait,
The
wait lang.
Temple of
Ito
Kinnereth
si
doesn't
Robin
get
Hood.
renamed to the Temple of Kain if the
Patingin,
Stormcloaks take
patingin.
Whiterun, and
Patingin ng
Ulfric
total.
himself no longer follows the way of the voice, which you
Wait
can
lang pa,
argue is
ito.
against Kain's intended path for the Nords. Then again, the
Glory,
Nords have
happy
learned through the
birthday,
Dragon Cult that religion has to evolve, or it can mutate, and maybe this is another evolution. Akatosh, the head of the Nine Divines, is no longer the enemy of humanity like
Max,
he used to
Max,
be
Max,
in
paano
the
yung price?
early
Paano
AO
yung
days,
price?
and is actively trying to fix the Alduin problem with us, the last Dragon Lord. That said, I don't necessarily agree with the direction Ulfric and his Stormcloaks are going with their true Nord narrative, even with this in mind.
Sabi niya, mamimili
The
pa
same
kami.
words were used to greet the young Talos when he came to High Hrothgar before he became the Emperor Tiber Septim.
A major problem
Yes,
with
love.
identifying what it means to be
Mamaya
a
na
true
lang.
Nord is trying to figure out what traditions to keep and leave, and how far back you're looking. Being a
Ano
true
lang?
Nord, in my
Thank
view,
you.
is all about going through the old culture and trying to find the best that it has to offer. I'm not convinced this is necessarily the Stormcloaks. They do get some stuff right, like the idea of strength, fighting for what you love, going to Sovngarde, and worshipping someone that is worthy of your worship,
Oo,
Ysmir
pwede naman
Talos.
yan.
But they also seem to leave
Sisi.
behind the scholarly elements of the
Ah?
Atmorids, especially the magic. It's not like Ulfric is calling his court mage
Nag-promise
a
naman.
mage, nor does he
Nag-promise
particularly
naman
care
ako
about
eh.
him being arrested for a crime he did not commit. The reason I bring up his clever man stuff is that Shaw apparently used clever magic to make Sovngarde, so you think these Sovngarde lovers would want a slice of that. Another point is that Ulfric has blatantly disregarded the way of the voice, left the
Ah?
Greybeards, and used the theme during the Markarth incident, during the Jordan's
Kailan
Torrent,
ba? Baka
and during the Battle of
September.
Solitude if you side with
Dapat
him. Now you could
kahapon.
argue that Ulfric's use of the voice
Eh,
is in line with the ancient Nords of the Merithic era
hindi
and
pa,
the early
hindi pa.
First Era, since they used it for war, with the Nords also
Hindi.
learned a lesson
Kanina
from
tumaas
Kine,
pero ngayon
and
bumaba
that's
na.
how the way of the voice came about. Ulfric is abusing power
Yung
given
sa
by
bahay
Kine
namin,
that isn't meant
hindi
to be
naman.
used the way that he's using it
Kaya
now.
buti na lang
And this is by the Dragonborn, of course. And this could be
sobrang
why
lakas
Ulfric
bing.
doesn't make any moves to bring back the worship of Kine in a big way, and continues on with the imperialized Kinnereth who's sort of been pushed to the periphery. Now, I know that the Greybeards call her Kinnereth whenever they talk to you, but if you ask them to translate their big old dragon speech to you, they will say,
Long has the storm crown languished, with no worthy brow to sit. By our breath we bestow it now to you, in the name of Kine, in the name of Shore, and in the name of Atmora of old. You are Ismir now, dragon of the north. Hearken to it.
Given
Hello,
how
Philippine
old the
government kanto
Greybeard
po ang gumawa
organization
ng
is,
blood control
founded
project.
after the Battle of the Red Mountain relatively early in the First Era, and how isolationist they are, they probably should be calling Kinnereth Kine, and that's also because they are a pillar of Nordic tradition, but that's a discussion for another day. The main point is that Ulfric and many modern Nords don't seem to care for the ancient ways of their people, and while not all of it is worth taking into the modern age, like worshipping dragons and having for souls for your gods, I think discounting Shore's sacrifice and clever magic and Kine's lessons is probably not the way you should go. Ulfric and many modern Nords are very much the warrior, but they forget to be the scholar. A true Nord needs both, and one of the best examples of a man who embodies this is Conrad Whitemane, being a scholarly type with a lot of wisdom combined with battle prowess. He's not quite got the magics down, and as a companion probably never will, but you can't ask everyone to have the talent to do everything. There's a reason why Ysgramor was considered singular, although even he might not have been perfect. He was a little too keen to slay entire races of people, and Kine did send a giant storm when he returned to Skyrim with the 500 companions on his way for vengeance. It has been said that this was a test of strength, which Ingal, Ysgramor's eldest son, and the crew of the Harak, the ship he captained, apparently failed, hence their being lost. There's a lot of mythical weirdness with this story, however, since Ysgramor apparently got massive and pushed Atmora closer to Skyrim so that the voyage would never take this long again. Yeah, that's probably bollocks, and the whole test of strength thing might be a way of rationalising Kine's storm to be something positive, as to not go away from the whole narrative that Ysgramor is the best of the Nords. She may have also disapproved of how vengeful Ysgramor was. Winning a war is one thing, annihilating an entire culture is another. Still, this is my interpretation, and you could just stick with the official story. And then we get into the complicated
You all
topic of a true Nord's relationship with other races.
I was the shortest of Ariel, girl. I had the ears of a god.
pero love,
Now,
love,
like
love.
pretty much
Pero
everyone else in
bakit
Tamriel,
naman sa
Nords
araw-araw
have
na
fought
yon dapat
basically
lahat
everyone,
bago yung
including
outfit mo?
themselves several times, but obviously have specific beef
Love, hindi lahat
with
bago
elves.
bibili ko,
They
maire-recycle
are
akong
meant to be the
outfit
people
ko.
of Shore and Kine after all,
Tatlo.
and Shore fought his own twin brother, Akatosh, with humanity
Tatlo lang.
against the elves.
Go!
Now, you could interpret
Love,
this as being a
maire-recycle
true
akong
Nord's
damit ko,
duty to
okay?
fight elves wherever they are, but the relationship has changed over time, and elves
Sa
aren't the
9
same as
days
they
na yun,
were
isang
during their
maliit.
ancient
Puro
days.
ano lang.
Nords once allied
Gamit ko ng
themselves with
damit
the
yung
Orsimer,
laman.
orcs, who are very technically elves, and also fought alongside Aelid turncoats in aid of Alessia, when she was
Inagyo.
leading a rebellion against the ancient elven overlords of Tamriel. It's not like Shaw doesn't approve of this either, even though he's very nearly the god of mer-hating, since we know of an elf who actually made it into Sovngarde. I know, I couldn't believe it either, but Codlak Whitemane's ghost mentions that he can see all of his predecessors, including those in Sovngarde, implying that all companion harbingers before Turfig, who introduced werewolf blood into the line, are in Sovngarde. This would include the Red Guard, Siroc the Lofty, and Henentir the Outsider, the only elven harbinger. So while you should always be ready to take up arms against the elves whenever they are up to their usual nonsense, I'm looking at you, Thalmor scum, if Shaw is willing to accept some into his realm, it should be cool with a true Nord to be chill with some too, if they aren't being total arseholes. Of course, we've covered a lot here today about what it means to be a true Nord, and it goes without saying that this includes fighting for what you believe in and what you love. Essentially, fighting for the right reasons, because fighting is a big part of the culture. This is something that Nords on either side of the Civil War can say they're doing, and because of everything I've talked about in this video, it shows you how complicated it all is, from sensibilities to religion and allegiances. There's no solid answer for who a true Nord should be, since it's up for interpretation, but my interpretation, boiled down, is simply this. Fight for what you love. Be open and adaptable to avenues of knowledge, whether it's history, magic, specifically the clever kind, and warfare. Learn from the lessons of Kain. Don't fall for the trickery of Daedra or elves, specifically Tentacles and Dagoth. Never forget Shaw's sacrifice, and don't go too far into that furry stuff again, because apparently it leads to being subjugated by dragons. Oh, and not all elves are bad. Some are even worthy of Shaw. It's more than what many modern Nords are even trying for, and this narrower view is what led to the Nords being seen as Oonga Boonga cavemen, or just Imperials with a hint of Viking culture for flavour, given that they now worship identical pantheons, basically. Don't let this fool you. A true Nord is much, much more.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
Thank you all for watching a long one this week.
Marathon, 42 km.
Interpretation than lore, and that the lore is all over the place.
Half marathon siya.
I enjoyed it nonetheless, and perhaps gained a greater appreciation for
Try ka
Nordic
muna ng
culture.
mga 5
Doesn't
km, 10
mean
km.
than Skyrim suggests, although that's maybe the point. Maybe true Nordic culture is being slowly drained away and imperialized, which is yet another important factor to the Civil War. Now, I know I didn't talk about all the gods the old Nords used to worship, and how the old heroes sometimes found themselves fighting Orc, which led to all of them becoming children. Don't ask. But a lot of these gods are on the fringes compared to Kain and Shaw, and well, this script is over 4,500 words at this point, so it's a long one for me. Either way, go make John or Jane Skyrim the truest Nords they can be. Do the whole YouTube ritual with liking, subscribing and commenting, and I hope to see you once again for another video.
When darkness came, you wiped my tears. I remember your
Sarap magkape. Ay, actually, nagkakape na nga pala ako. Wala, ma. Okay, sige.
What you got there?
A smoothie.
Jarl Balgruuf, better known by his full title, Jarl Balin the Greater, is our guy, collectively. He's our man. He's the Baelor Breakspear to our Sir Duncan. Okay, maybe that's a step too far, but he is one of the first characters you meet, or at least should meet, in a position of power that has your back. Now, Now sure, this is because you grab an ancient relic for his dragon-obsessed court wizard, give one of those scary lizards the 1-2 combo of its life, then reveal yourself to be Dragonborn. But even after that, he remains a stalwart friend. He gives you a promotion, a pack mule, the right to buy a house, a useless weapon, and even lets you put a dragon on his balcony, provided you can stop these two from fighting for the better part of, well, basically an afternoon. He even asks you to help him with some family issues, and that perhaps shows a darker side to our favourite Jarl that he keeps under wraps. So let's look at a popular theory around Jarl Balgruuf, the evidence for it, and his strange ties to a Daedric prince. Strap in. It's time for a foray into a bunch of forums that haven't been opened for the last 12 years.
I am Jarl Balgruuf, and I be ballin', Jarl ballin', swag.
So let's start with the theory, then work our way back from there. But to do that, we need to look at Jarl Balgruuf's family. He has a brother, Hrongar, with whom he seems to have a strong enough relationship with, as he acts as the traditional Nord voice on his shoulder, and he has 3 kids. One of them seems right, I guess. Frothar, I think that's right, who wants to be a warrior and actually preaches patience to his sister. So Balgruuf seems to have done an alright job with him. Then there's his daughter, Dagny, who is a spoiled brat. That is the entirety of her character. That's kind of all we get to work with, and as annoying as she isn't disturbing. I wish she'd shut up half the time, but she doesn't say anything off-putting. The same cannot be said for the third child,
4K.
Nelkir, who initially
4K.
comes across as bratty when you first talk to him, like his sister,
4K.
saying,
Ilang ano
with
yan
my
lang.
father's boots. Good job.
Outfit.
except
Mm-mm.
Nelkir is a key
Dalawang
component
sleepwear,
in the
yung
Whispering
manifest, ito,
Door
katulad
Daedric
nito.
quest, which we'll touch on
Bakit
greater
hindi na
detail
lang yun
later,
nadalin mo?
because there's weirdly a
Ha?
lot to
Bakit
this,
hindi na lang yun
especially
yung
given how short the quest
Kahit pag
feels
sinasamahin ko
in-game.
lahat ng sleepwear,
But enough
hindi
about
ko
that.
kulang talaga.
Now to the point I was
kas
getting to.
additional,
You'll notice
so
that I
additional
didn't
mo yan?
mention a mother in this
Yes lang.
family
Dadali mo
agreement,
rin yan.
a wife for
May
Jarl
nadali.
Balgruuf.
Yes,
I
lahat.
looked around for a
Kahit yung
mention of her
makakapal ng
in-game,
sleepwear,
and it
dadalhin ko na.
doesn't seem
Okay,
like
sige,
anyone has
sige.
dialogue about her.
Next.
Okay,
I
tas
don't
ilang
even think she's
pants na
mentioned in a
mahaba.
book, like a journal or a
Mm-hmm.
letter or anything like that.
Meron kang
Now,
maong
if
pants,
you can
dadalhin
prove
mo
me
yun,
wrong
yung mahabang
otherwise,
maong pants mo.
please
Ano
do,
to, love?
and
Parang
educate
jogger
other
type.
viewers, but that then leads
Okay,
us to
sige,
the
sige.
theory in question.
Mm.
This
Finally,
one, tama.
which explains Jarl Balgruuf's wife's absence.
Para relax lang.
If you wade into the waters beneath the
Send
bridge
mo sa
leading
akin
to Dragonsreach in
yung
the Zeem's beloved Cloud District,
anong
you will
tawag
find a
to?
nameless skeleton without any context. This random skeleton has attracted a lot of attention from the
Yung
Skyrim
ganyan.
community,
Okay, okay.
and many have
Ay,
theorized that
di ba?
this
Okay.
is
Ano naman
Balgruuf's
pala yan?
wife.
Parang,
Yes, our beloved
parang
Jarl
ano, yung,
may have committed uxoricide. But
anong
you
tawag
Balgruuf
dyan?
defenders might be thinking, is there
Yung
any
whole
proof to
leg
go
siya,
with this
pero hindi
fun
siya
yet
ganong
morbid
kainit.
theory?
Yun ba yan lang?
Well, no.
Okay.
No, not really. At least nothing overt. Because, as I said
Ayun yung
before,
pantulog.
Balgruuf's wife doesn't get mentioned ever. And you have to do some far-reaching to make this theory work, which we'll get into doing later.
Ano yan
Also
lang?
note that this isn't the only theory for this here
Ano
skeleton.
naman
No,
yan?
the good people of Reddit... Wait,
Yung
good
sinan
people?
mo.
Really? The people of Reddit were quick to point out in this 12-year-old thread that there is a letter in the Banned Mare from Maven Blackbriar. An odd thing, considering that Maven
Sinan
operates in
mo.
Riften
Ano
rather
to, pantulog
famously.
din?
The letter is addressed to a
Hindi,
man
isa pang
named
alis na.
Christoph, and about
Yung
how
huli
she
pang
is
alis.
no longer angry with him,
Is
wanting to rekindle their relationship
Okay.
while asking him to come to Riften.
Ano
Now,
naman
we
to?
never see Christoph, and his letter
Sweater.
beforehand, found in the Blackbriar Manor, tells Maven that he is staying in the
Shawl.
Banned Mare, essentially
Ito yung
apologizing
peg niyan,
for a
love.
mistake that
I'm gonna
costed
show
the
you.
matron of the Blackbriar family a considerable sum of gold.
At
Of
bakit
course,
merong tube
since
to?
Maven knows where Kristoff is, and we know that she isn't a forgiving woman, nor someone to admit she's wrong,
Okay.
she could have had Kristoff terminated, possibly by the Dark Brotherhood given her ties there, and the body was thrown under the Dragon's Reach bridge to hide it. It is something that Maven would do, and use a bit of deception to ensure that Kristoff doesn't see this coming. Another theory suggests that the body is a victim of Irileth's protectiveness, with it belonging to a would-be assassin meeting the blade of the Dharma housecarl. But while they both make sense, I reject them, because the Balgroff one is more interesting and makes better content. More importantly than that, these two are kind of boring, and I reject boring, so let's get back to Jarl Balgroff, and importantly, back to his creepy crumb cruncher, Nelkir.
Yung pegs.
A web of connections.
Ganyan yung itsura ng pegs.
Love, hatred,
Mhm.
loyalty,
Mhm.
betrayal.
So, tapos,
So, out of
ayan lahat yan,
Balgroff's
love.
3 kids, Nelkir is
Ayan
by
na lahat
far
yan.
the most interesting, predominantly
Final
because he
na
actually
yan.
has voice lines, being tied to a Daedric quest,
Maghahanap
and he
ako
has
sa
some
Florian.
strange revelations about
Ayun,
Balgroff's
yun
family.
din yung isa
For one,
orderin mo
if you
ng
talk to him
ano.
during the Whispering Door quest near the start of it, Nelkir will
Final
reveal
na
that
yan,
he
love.
knows a lot of things that he definitely should not, including that he doesn't share the same mother as his siblings. And here's the dialogue.
Eh, magkagamit mo rin naman yan one way or another kapag pumala ka.
That I don't have the same mother as my brothers.
He also calls Balgroff
Hmm?
a disgusting pig. Let me make one thing clear to you, you little turd
Okay.
bucket. You don't talk to my boy like that.
4, 5.
Still, this disdain is interesting, since we don't know what happened to Nelkir's mother, and it's clear that this is information the rest of Whiterun isn't privy to, and that it clearly hurts Nelkir,
Yes pala,
since he
buti po.
hesitates to state it while he doesn't
Okay na?
hesitate to talk about any of the other secrets. He also reveals that Balgroff still worships Talos, which doesn't seem all that surprising considering there's a giant Talos statue in the main square.
Ay, love
Whatever,
naman.
Mathar. We can call that a secret too, I guess. He also hates the Thalmor almost as much as the Stormcloaks do, so we can give him a thumbs up for that one. Another thing Nelkir states
Ay,
is
love,
that
happy birthday daw
Balgroff is
pala sabi
afraid
ni
of being
mama.
chased out of Whiterun. But why would this be
Sabi
the
yung
case? He seems pretty well respected throughout his hold and Skyrim as a whole, plus he's a guy with all the power in
final na.
Whiterun.
Check
His
out na.
soldiers die defending him should the Stormcloaks try to take it, so what's up with that? What possible reason could Balgroff have for being chased out of his own city, especially when his closest friends and family have been instilled in his court? Well, adultery would be one of
Nabasa mo
them,
ba, love?
especially if his wife was a beloved figure, something that we don't know because no one talks about her. It's like this woman doesn't exist. We're also assuming he even had a wife to begin with, and didn't just have a harem of concubines, which is where his kids came from. But from Nelkir's statement, it seems that he
Yes.
once believed he and his
Ito,
siblings
wag
had
mong
the same mother,
sasabihin to
thus
out
also
loud.
assuming that there could have been a somewhat stable maternal figure in the family at some point. This could mean
Nakastream
that the
ako, love eh.
skeleton underneath Dragon's Reach Bridge is actually the body of Nelkir's mother, Balgroff's concubine, murdered in
Ah?
an attempt to keep the affair secret, which would explain the boy's sheer disdain for his father even more. He
Wala
goes so
naman.
far as to say that he'll tear his father's face apart just
Baka
so he
dahil
can leave
nagamit
him
na
alone.
before.
It's pretty dark, but what if there's another, even darker step? What if Balgroff
Kaya
got
tignan
rid
ko
of Nelkir's
sa
mother, but his
akin.
wife found out and she was removed from the equation too, explaining her absence?
Wag mong
We can
sasabihin
kinda just
talaga
pay a
yun.
concubine off to never talk again and leave, so Nelkir's mother
Nako.
doesn't necessarily have to be dead. But perhaps Balgroff's wife was killed
Let's
for
get
finding
started.
out about this
Baka dahil
secret
sa
affair,
phone, love.
and the
Kasi yung
body
phone
was
kasi
thrown on the Dragon's
is...
Reach Bridge to
Di
hide
ba
it.
nagamit mo na
The
before
truth
to?
is, we don't know
Yung
for
card na
sure,
yan.
but what we do know is that there must have been more to the story of Balgroff's family, planned by Bethesda
Ito,
in the
nakita ko
Whispering
na
Door
nag-charge na siya.
quest, since there is evidence that not everything from the quest made it past the cutting room floor.
Kaya na siya lang.
Few hear my whispers anymore. I am Mephala,
My God,
the
love.
lady of the sea.
Binroadcast natin
The
yung credit card
Skyrim data
number ko.
miners of old discovered that Balgruuf actually had a replacement, and I'm not talking about a certain Greymane. He's more of a usurper. No, you see, Balgruuf's brother was actually meant to take over following our favourite Jarl's death, but this obviously never came to be, because the Jarl doesn't die in vanilla Skyrim, even if the Stormcloaks take his city.
Buti
How did
hindi.
we know that Bethesda might have been planning his death? Well, Hrongar has cut dialogue
Grabe.
talking about it, which I couldn't find directly on the internet, but can be viewed in the game files with the creation kit.
Pati
If
buro
you
mo
want
yung
a more
expiry
in-depth
date.
look at the cut dialogue, I would suggest looking at Unknown G's content, which I'll leave in a link in the description below. The
Ay,
thing is, this
oh
isn't
my,
even the tragic
alam yun lang.
part. How Balgruuf is killed is what's tragic, and it would have made the Mephala
Pero,
quest really, really goddamn dark. You can sum it up easily in one word: patricide. You see, two of Balgruuf's kids just exist. Like, it's not a lot to them, but in earlier versions of the Whispering Door quest, all three of his kids are involved. According to the cut dialogue in Polish, of all languages, Nelkid becomes even more
hoy,
influenced
hoy
by
talaga.
Mephala, and I'll read some of the translated
Kinabahan ako
dialogue for you
bigla.
here. If you want to hear the original lines in Polish, again check out the description for Unknown G's content. We'll need the help of my brother and sister. We'll have to convince them somehow. The Whispering Lady has a good plan. Frothar is able, but he lacks strength. We'll need to teach him to be more decisive. Dagny is frivolous and simply lacks the impulse to act. So, to get Dagny involved, you basically butcher her favourite horse and blame it on Balgruuf to make her hate her dad. It seems like you give the Ebony Blade to Throfar in this draft to let it corrupt him, I guess, and he would actually be the one to butcher the horse, from the sounds of things, and the kids would then proceed to do a Caesar on their old man in his bedroom. But we're not sure where the story goes from here, and Balgruuf doesn't seem to have any additional lines. This could imply he's murdered in his sleep, or Bethesda didn't get far enough to start planning some of his lines. What we do know is that Proventus Avenici, the steward, is involved in some capacity and possibly locked away, maybe getting the blame for the whole thing, which does make sense given that Hrongar, who would have been the new Jarl, does get in a disagreement with Proventus after discovering that you are Dragonborn. So maybe they just don't like each other and this was a way to get rid of the steward. Of course, this would mean that another steward would have to come in to replace him, and we don't know who that is. We're also not too sure what Bethesda's plans in general were. Maybe Hrongar would have been Stormcloak leaning rather than his brother being Imperial leaning, given that he proclaims himself very much the warrior and very much the true Nord. The problem is we don't see a full vision here. This is the cutting room floor after all, and Todd and his crew may have realised at this point that the quest was getting far too dark for their intentions, so they ultimately scrapped it and left us with a pretty half-baked version. Still, I think this version of the quest could have tied into the skeleton under Dragon's Reach's bridge, being Balgruuf's wife, lover, or whatever you want to call her, at least thematically. And the content not making it past the cutting room floor could explain why the skeleton is in the game but has no information about them. Then again, it could just be a cool little Easter egg and something for fans to find, but it's been 14 and a half years since Skyrim released and there's no Elder Scrolls 6, so we gotta talk about something.
Love you.
Now, Methala is all about
Padadam,
betrayal, lies,
padadam.
deception, and murder. It's kind of her
Lakasan
entire
nga
thing.
natin.
And given that most of humanity doesn't necessarily trust Daedra, and that Methala only really found worship among, I guess, regular people, with the Dunmer, the question arises of why the Whispering Door is even in Dragon's Reach in the first place. Perhaps the original portrayal in Dragon's Reach was Balgruuf's affair, and thus the death of his wife, with maybe her being the wielder of the Ebony Blade. If she intended to murder the Earl for revenge, Irileth could have been the one to stop her, kinda tying in two theories at once. Methala wants us to use the blade on our closest friends after all, so perhaps this checks out. Or maybe Balgruuf is the one who used the blade, manipulated by Methala, to murder his wife and / or mistress, to keep the whole thing about his affair under wraps, and this is why he's so afraid of being pushed out of his city if this ever comes to light. This would then make the whole revenge thing a cycle, since Balgruuf's kids are, perhaps inadvertently, taking revenge for their mother, all influenced by Methala, and ensure the Daedra Prince's influence remains strong in Dragon's Reach. It's apparently implied that Hrongar would have been a much more brutal and much more violent Jarl compared to his brother, playing right into Methala's hands. This is all assumption, however, since we don't know where Bethesda wanted to go with this, and if they even had a strong idea. They could have planted these very, very dark seeds, and the idea just got away from them in the writing room, leading them somewhere that they didn't know where to go with. So this could be the reason for the quest getting cut, not its darkness, despite the cut version shaping up to be something very intriguing in my opinion. But that's just a theory. A game oh, can't say that one, that's not my catchphrase. I don't want to incur the wrath of the mighty MatPat. But still, what do you think of this theory? What do you think of the cut content? And also, who do you think the skeleton belongs to under that Dragon's Reach bridge? It's not like any of this really matters, because again, the content never made it into the final game. But it has been 14.5 years since a mainline Elder Scrolls game was released, so we are scraping the bottom of this barrel. Thank you everyone for watching this shorter video. I did a plot hole video for Ulfric, and this is more of a what could have been video for Balgruuf, considering that Bethesda had intended to do far more with not just his character, but the family unit around him, but it never materialised. Balgruuf is a character with a lot of family around him, especially for a Jarl, but Bethesda didn't really do anything with this in the end. I think this is one of the coolest cutting room floor finds in Skyrim, and while it's been around for a while, I'm not sure how common the knowledge is for all of this stuff. I mean, I run an Elder Scrolls lore YouTube channel, I'm always looking around for this kind of stuff, so my perspective probably isn't representative of a normal human being. I also can see that this video is a little funky, being a combination of a theory and cut content stuff, which yes, is weird, but it's a fun one to research for me. Again, thanks to Unknown G for his videos on the cut content, and I highly suggest looking at the two videos that I put in the description below if you want more on this and want to hear the first-hand sources. In general, if you ask me about anything Elder Scrolls lore related, I'll try my best to provide you with the sources. But that's all I've got today, so once again, please do the like, comment, and subscribe ritual in an attempt to appease the YouTube gods, and hopefully I'll see you in another video.
Sails fly at half-mast in the color of evening's hue, and tears break the silence for the children we almost knew. When dawn kissed the ocean from the golden night came our birth, and when dusk falls on the harbor, to the golden shores we will return.
The Elder Scrolls has a long history of emperors and their empires, and while we aren't going to look at all of them today, we are going to be looking at the very best that have ruled Tamriel from Cyrodiil. Okay, not all of them have ruled the entirety of the continent, but you get the idea. And we're going to specifically be looking at the 3 empires established following Alessia's Dragonborn covenant with Akatosh, including the kinda weird spin-off that is the Mede dynasty. They aren't called the 4th Cyrodiilic Empire despite being a new dynasty, but will have a section all on their own. Yes, despite the lack of dragon blood, the Mede dynasty, which currently rules Cyrodiil as of Skyrim, does actually have an emperor worthy of this list of mine. Of course, this is all my opinion, and if you consider yourself a sage of Elder Scrolls lore,
Nadami
do
yung
debate my
pinaglagyan.
choices and perhaps each other about who deserves to be mentioned today. But to give you a basic rundown, the eras and thus categories we're looking at in detail today are the Alessian Empire, the Second Empire under Remnant Cyrodiil, the Septim Dynasty, and the Mede Dynasty. Let's start chronologically by looking at the Alessian Empire.
I love you.
Of a foul race, 1,000 curses upon his unholy name.
Takis.
The big problem with the Alessian Empire is that it is in a time that is shrouded by a lot of
Kamusta naman ang
mythology
love ko ngayong
and
araw?
stuff that may or may not be true. For
Kamusta
the
ang
sake
love
of
ko
this
ngayong
video,
araw?
we're going to assume a lot of this stuff coming from the Sword
Agad.
Pelennor
Dami
is
mong
true,
lakad.
otherwise we have basically nothing fun to work with.
Saan ka
I know Sword
nakakapunta
Pelennor is
kanina lang?
utterly insane, but I mean, what else we got? Another problem is that despite how long this empire ruled for, many of the emperors are known for only 1 or 2
Sabay.
events, but I
Ay,
think
di
it's
pa
safe to
lumabas ka
nominate we
kanina.
start talking about Alessia herself,
Love.
the founder, the saint, and the slave
Lumabas ka
queen.
kanina,
She led a
nakasasakyan ka.
rebellion that freed the Needs from their enslavement at the hands of the Aelids, basically a
Sinend
form
mo
of
sa akin
ancient
kanina,
elf
yung
that
sa may
ruled
cake,
much
nasa
of the
sasakyan kayo
heartland
nun
of
eh.
Tamriel. And while much of the actual warring was accomplished by her demigod lover, Morador's Manbull, and whatever an Aetherius or Oblivion Pelennor is, she didn't screw it all up
Bumili na
once
rin
the White
kayo.
Gold Tower was put on her lap, metaphorically
Anong
speaking.
mga handa niya?
This might seem like an easy task,
Anong
but you have to
handa
bear in
niyo?
mind that she had some elves, the Needs, and the Nords in her ranks, and getting them
Nasend
all
mo
to
yun
play
sa
nice
akin eh.
wasn't
Gusto ko lang
necessarily
sabihin
easy,
mo.
especially for a woman with no political education.
Gusto ko
Remember,
nga
she
merong
was a liberated slave.
dalawang
Now,
cake,
while the Nords were part
kanin,
of this
may
empire,
spaghetti
they
pa
were
nga.
a stalwart allies, and Alessia is mainly credited with 2 major breakthroughs. One is the
Hello.
covenant with Akatosh, giving her
May,
lineage the
may
dragon blood,
nilasing na hipon
something
kayo
that
ah.
may have lasted until John Skyrim, potentially, but at
Anong
least
hipon
until
yan lang?
Martin Septim. This kept the Daedra out of Nirn, and we
Battered.
see in Oblivion why this was so important, and how
Kung
bad it could have
makatanong ako
got.
ng hipon,
Well, unless you're Argonian,
parang
apparently
makakakain
they're
ako
having the
niyan.
time of their life. This also
Alam mo
gave her
talaga
a
makakakain
provable
ako niyan
divine
eh.
right to rule, and it's a hell of a way to secure a legacy. But that's not all she did. She also established the 8 divines as a way
Sarap
to
ng mocha
appease
na
both
chocolate
elves
cake.
and humans. This didn't stop them from fighting each other all the time, but that's an impossible
Sana
task
all,
at the best of
sana all
times. The
nilalasing. Sana all
pantheon
nakakatikim
endures
ng
to this
hipon.
day and outlasted Alessia's long lineage,
Ay,
if we consider that her covenant with
nakakakain
Akatosh
lang.
ended with Martin Septim. All in all, she's been a force for good,
Kung
and her
hindi
status
lang
as a saint is well earned,
sumakalam ang tiyan ko sa
considering her
hipon
empire
eh.
is the one that started it all. She
Dami pa
does have
namang
a few
seafoods dito
downsides,
lang.
though. One is how bloody her rebellion was, somewhat needlessly so, considering that Pelennor was busy doing Pelennor things. If you want to know what those things were, I have a video all on that. But Alessia was the only one known to successfully calm
Ang
the
daming
rebellion
binibili.
down. She probably should have calmed her hydrogen bomb down a bit more often, since Pelennor didn't really care about sides. For instance, while entirely
Oo,
neutral,
pwede
the
naman
Khajiit
love.
were on the receiving end of Pellennor's
Yes
madness,
love,
and
pwede
well,
naman ganun.
neutrality wasn't really a choice that they could have. The other flaw is that she's kinda into bestiality. Yeah, I'm not joking, it's kinda weird. She fell in love with Morahouse the Manbull, who, well, this is him. granted he can probably shapeshift, because his statue in the Imperial City is human, but her son was credited as the first Minotaur by many, and it can't have been a great time giving birth to those horns. Yeah, that's a nasty thought.
Oo,
To be
red
fair,
katana.
Alessia is pretty great all in all, at least from the stories we have about her, coming across as a woman with integrity, piety, and seemingly pretty pure intentions. Outside of Alessia, her direct line didn't have the best time ruling after her. Now I say that like the Empire didn't last for around 2,000 years, but the biggest problem we have is a lack of information. For instance, most of the information we're given about her son, Belhaza, is more to do with what he is rather than what he did. Other than its founding, the Alessian Empire is also famous for its religious zeal and a monkey man trying to rewrite reality with a giant dragon break known as the Middle Dawn. Yeah, whatever emperor let that happen under their watch isn't getting on this list anytime soon. There's also the disaster that was Gorius, who got punked by Rislav the Righteous, and if you've heard that name before, it's probably because he's the dude with a statue in Skingrad. The Alessian army got decimated by Rislav, which is rough considering that Skingrad is not that big. But we're not looking at the worst emperors around, we're looking at the best. And there isn't a lot in the Alessian Empire that good other than Alessia. I guess that's why they named it after her. The best after her, in my opinion, is probably Hestra, a martial empress who saw High Rock in the Reach and thought that it would be a good addition to her collection, defeating the leader of the Grey Host, a giant vampire army that will make Harkon's mouth water, and Red Eagle, the forsworn ghost guy with a special sword. And that is one hell of a war portfolio. She also improved the roads in the Empire, which is pretty cool. I mean, we like infrastructure improvements, so she gets a double thumbs up from me. And what makes this all so impressive is that it looks like she did all of this in the span of 3 years. That's right, in the same time it takes to do your average degree, girl boss Hestra over here conquered High Rock, the Reach, and also captured the Pirate King, Red Brahman. That's 3 famous figures
Oh
taken down
my
in
god,
3 years.
mag-ano pa ako
And
dito
most
ng
historic
ganito
figures in Elder
kahaba
Scrolls
dito.
tend to be credited with 1 or 2 at most.
Ito natin siya
So
dito sa
despite
may
her
choke
potentially
point na
very
to.
short rule, I'm gonna give Hestra the number 2 spot behind Alessia for our best emperor in the Alessian Empire. Or I guess Empress in this case. But now let's move on to the Weeaboo Empire that probably has the least screen time. The Empire of Remen Cyrodiil.
I surely do not need to warn you that all his remaining strength is marshaled there.
The major difference between Remen Cyrodiil's empire and the others is the strong Akaviri influence, and this is because the warriors of the continent made up a large portion of the empire's early army. This is also due to Remen Cyrodiil himself, most famous for defeating the first Akaviri invasion, which probably could have taken over most of the continent by the looks of things. It didn't seem like the Iliac Bay could do much to halt their advance, and the Nords got sent to the cleaners by these snake dudes. Also, the Akaviri were apparently snake folk called Seiski, but they might have also been shapeshifters? I don't know. But anyway, Remen managed to unite enough of Tamriel together to stop these invaders, got them on side by showing them his dragonborn powers, then used this new army to get a conquest underway. This army also formed a new corps, known as the Dragon Guard. These guys were the precursors to the Blades, and the famed dragon hunters that Delphine is often referencing. In many ways, it seems that Remen is kind of Tyber Septim light, conquering most of Tamriel but not all of it, and famous for being a warrior conqueror, rather than a pious saint like Alessia. Remen even reached godhood, allegedly, and it doesn't seem like he committed as many war crimes as Tyber, seemingly being a reasonably solid dude. He is spoken about in a very mythical way, however, so take a lot of what I say here with a grain of salt, but we don't really know the truth. If he did have a flaw, it would be his relationship breaking down with Vivek of Morrowind. You see, the pair worked together to repel the Akaviri originally, but for whatever reason, this allegiance broke down pretty badly, leading to a lot of leaders in Remen Cyrodiil's empire getting assassinated by the Morag Tong, which we'll cover later. Weirdly, another emperor worth mentioning from this period is also called Remen. Yeah, real creative there, considering there are 5 emperors in this period, and 3 of them are called Remen. But only 2 of them make this list. So, after Kastav took over from Remen I and proceeded to shit the bed, for lack of a better term, he was deposed of by Remen II, who had to fix the mess his precursor had made. This included a rebellion in Winterhold, which would have been an actual city back then, not a hamlet with like 3 huts or whatever. He dealt with this relatively swiftly, then managed to conquer Blackmarsh in 26 years, which may seem like a long time, but consider that when Mehrunes Dagon, an actual Daedric prince, tried to attack the province with his unlimited forces, his demon dudes got biblically beat down from the Argonians using history steroids.
Hey, love you,
Sure,
love
they
you.
probably didn't have those steroids in this invasion, because the Hiss are kind of, well, dickheads like that, but Blackmarsh is notoriously difficult to even visit, let alone conquer. This is likely where Remen II earned his reputation as a great tactician, one that the Special One would be proud of, but his streak would end when he tried to invade Morrowind in an event known as the Fourscore War. He bit off more than he could chew, and Morrowind continued to plague the Second Cyrodiilic Empire by ending another Remen. Oh, and he committed adultery and had a bastard son, so, he's not the most virtuous emperor we've ever had. Still, he did pretty well in the end, and was even known to oversee a boom in the arts during his rule, which is always nice to have. And thus, I would put him just behind Remen I, just as his name would suggest. But I think there's another name worth mentioning, and one you might not expect. Potentate Vizidushai, I think that's how you say his name, but I'm not a pronunciation guide anyway. Anyway, he's an Akaviri potentate, and possibly one of those snake dudes, and while he wasn't an emperor, he did everything an emperor would have done, taking over once Remen Cyrodiil's empire ended, with Remen III getting assassinated by the Morag Tong. But for a snake guy without dragon blood, Shire did a lot. He made a bunch of crazy cavalry units, including wolf riders, camel riders, bear riders, and guar riders. If you want to know what a guar is, this is it. Kinda looks like a Star Wars alien, like a mounted sea in Star Wars The Old Republic. Not only that, he made the guilds, established the Second Era, and largely stabilised the Empire, despite the lack of an emperor and his bloodline, which is pretty impressive. He did this for a freakishly long time too, over 300 years, which is mad because Remen Cyrodiil's bloodline only lasted around 200. We aren't sure why he lived so long, and whether it's biologically natural or magically enhanced, but he was eventually assassinated by, and I want you to say it with me now, the Morag Tong. At least, allegedly, and people really knew what they were missing when Shire's son, Severian Shirak, his names, took over since he proved to be a bit of a dud compared to his old man. He didn't rule for as long either since he was assassinated by the... Wait a minute. This can't be right. It says Dark Brotherhood, not Morag Tong. Well anyway, this was one assassination too many, and the Empire fell following Shirak's death, which moves us quite neatly to one of the most famous empires, and the one we spent 4 of the main Elder Scrolls games in. The Septim Empire, also known as the Third Cyrodiilic Empire.
Remember me, and remember my words. This burden is now yours alone. You hold our future in your hands.
I don't think it should be any surprise that Tiber Septim made it onto this list. He conquered all of Tamriel, and when he unified the place, he oversaw decades of rulership crowned as the Golden Age. So, well done buddy, you did something that no one else has. He also became a god in quite possibly the most complicated way possible, check out this video for that, and is such an important figure that people are fighting a civil war in Skyrim for him, despite the fact that his empire, or at least his dynasty, fell 200 years prior. Rather controversially, I'm not sure I'm going to put him as number 1 though, for several reasons. One, his conquest was extremely violent. He may have committed several war crimes, of Tamriel had the Geneva I guess, committed adultery, possibly with a minor, and then we have what the hell happened with the Underking. Granted, because Titus Septim and his godly title, Talos, is such a complicated figure, we don't know how much of this stuff is true or what interpretation to go with half the time. But because the Underking exists and the original medium is no longer around, the chances of him using it to run a Gundam to destroy a bunch of neutral nobles after all the fighting had been done, thus causing the Underking to step in, is probably true. Also, even if she wasn't underage, which she probably wasn't, given how bad the real Baron Zaya book is, with dates, his affair with the Dunmer princess probably doesn't shine in the best light, because, well, adultery. If we're looking at it from a purely martial standpoint, then yeah, Titus Septim is the best there is. Sure, he had plenty of advantages, and made sure to use all of them to do something no one else has ever done, conquer and then rule all of Tamriel. It's still one of the most impressive things anyone has ever done in this universe. Keeping the continent stable during his rule after the conquest is highly impressive too, although he isn't the only one who has a claim to be the best emperor of the dynasty. Here we might as well quickly mention Martin Septim, whom I don't have a lot to say about. The problem with Martin is that he didn't really get to do much ruling, so we don't know how effective he would have been as an emperor. He was all about damage control, and I personally put him in another category of saint, martyr and hero. Don't get it twisted, he is a great man. He probably would have been an awesome emperor with the right guidance, but never really got the chance. His dad is worth a mention too, Uriel VII. Because Uriel had the bad luck to rule during a bunch of Elder Scrolls games, his rule was plagued by crisis after crisis, the worst of which was the Oblivion crisis that ended his life. I personally subscribe to the idea that Uriel did the best you could expect in some pretty terrible circumstances. Sure, choosing Yagathon? We're gonna go Yagathon to be a personal advisor was probably a bad idea, considering that Uriel got stuck in Oblivion because of him. But you gotta cut the guy some slack. There was a disaster after a disaster during his rule, and the Empire didn't fall under his watch. He got pretty damn close straight after, and I don't think he's at the tippity top of emperors throughout Cyrodiil's history, but he is worth a mention. He's also played by Patrick Stewart, so, you know, brownie points there. Now let's get into an actual contender. Someone you may not know as well, but is well worth their weight in gold. Kataraya the First, whom Titus Meadship is most likely named after. Kataraya is similar to Uriel in that she had a lot of odds stacked against her, but instead of it being several games worth of disasters, it all stems from her being a Dunmer. Yeah, the Empire was ruled by a Dunmer Empress for 46 years, and she began as the wife of Pelagius the Mad. But, I mean, Pelagius was mad and thus unfit to rule, so they binned him into an asylum and Kataraya took over. Despite all the pushback she got as a non-Septim empress, she put in the work, travelling around Tamriel more than any emperor since Titus Septim, repairing many international relations ruined by other emperors before them. She's basically the perfect diplomat. But the thing is, Kataraya was never really fit for the role, and never had the training or practical knowledge of other emperors. So much of the day-to-day stuff was done by the Elder Council, a council, mind you, that constantly pushed back against the Dunmer ruler, although her travels had won her the hearts of the common people, again showing how much of a good diplomat she is. She eventually won over the Elder Council by essentially having a bit of a bet with them. You see, they wanted to find a new armourer to outfit troops sent to Blackmarsh. Kataraya favoured a former slave, named Hazadir, an Argonian from Vivek City, while the Elder Council liked Cyrillus Sacus, who was apparently the best in the
Are you
Imperial
good,
City.
love?
Thus, the bet came about.
Are you
Kataraya
good?
had each smith arm a
Are you
champion,
okay?
and the winner would determine
I'm
who would do the
kidding.
smithing, which
Wado?
ended up being
Wado?
Hazadir. This also won the
Okay,
Elder
Wado.
Council over, again demonstrating Kataraya's diplomacy, and her rule was peaceful and prosperous.
Love.
And she seemed like a good person, which isn't
Love.
always a guarantee. Her detractors would point out that the
I
Septim
love you.
dynasty,
Bilan
or
kaya
the
kita ng
bloodline,
Minecraft.
technically ended
Ay,
with
tapos na
her,
natin ang
since
Wado
her
for
son with
August
Pelagius
9.
was succeeded
Kagabi.
by his half-brother, who wasn't actually a
Ito,
Septim by blood.
yung
But
club.
Kataraya wore the
Wait
amulet
na
of
lang
kings
tayo
and
mamayang
does
12.
have dragon blood somehow, so I guess Akatosh is cool with her. And so
Yung
am
clank.
I suppose,
Clank.
since Uriel VII and Martin Septim are descendants of
Nalabas
Kataraya,
siya
and
eh.
her son with another man, they're technically not related to Tiber Septim, so that's an odd thing to think about. Still, while this ends our list of Dragonborn Emperors, there is one more section to go through filled with technically regular dudes. And while I think there's only really one emperor worth talking about as one of the greats, it's still worth looking at the Mede Dynasty as a whole and a few figures within it.
But of course, you and I have a date with destiny. But so it is with assassins and emperors,
You can't really talk about the Mede Dynasty without talking about Titus Mede. Twice. I'll explain why later, but I do want to point out that I don't think the terrible situation the Empire finds itself in Skyrim is entirely Titus Mede II's fault. According to the Great War book, he inherited a weakened empire and deserved some props for not losing the Great War, despite the Imperial City falling. The White Gold Concordance was a controversial treaty, and he's one of those emperors who got dealt such a bad hand that I'm unsure he could have done something more unless he was someone really, really special, which I don't think he is. Again, I don't think Titus Mede II is a great emperor by any means, but I don't think he's a terrible one either. He's simply okay in a time period where it's pretty bad to be an okay emperor. I do think he could have tried to negotiate some better terms for the White Gold Concordat, since the terms he ended up with were outright terrible, and it's not like he was in a completely losing position. He did just win the biggest battle of the war. But let's move on to a guy with the same name and triple the bullseyes. Titus Mede the First. Titus Mede the First is a Chad. He came into power during the Stormcrown interregnum, following the end of the Septim dynasty, and basically hammered the empire back together pretty decently, considering he was just some Colovian warlord without a true claim to the throne. With less than 1,000 soldiers, and yes, I want you to remember this, less than 1,000, he managed to conquer the Imperial City and defeat his rival, Thulz the Gibbering, some weird witch warlord dude that not a lot of people liked who had taken the Imperial City first. Now imagine conquering the Imperial City with fewer than 1,000 soldiers. I couldn't imagine even convincing fewer than 1,000 soldiers to try and conquer a capital city. Titus Mede had Jurgen Klopp levels of man management, I swear. Anyway, with around 2,000 soldiers, yes he doubled up, he defeated another rival, then went around on a campaign to patch up the empire. I'm surprised he could even go around the continent considering the sheer size and heft of his balls. He also apparently defeated a Red Guard general in single combat, and used his immense charisma stats to convince him to fight by his side. This general, Takar, became one of Titus's closest allies, and by the time his work was done, Titus Mede I had put High Rock, Skyrim, all of Cyrodiil, because it had split up into several countries at this point, Hammerfell and Valenwood back into his empire without the Amulet of Kings, Dragon Blood, or any kinds of magical bollocks. Just big bollocks. He did this with tactical genius and sheer elbow grease, like the Chad he is. Can you tell I'm playing favourites a bit here? Yeah, I'll admit it now, I'm a Titus Mede I fan, but he does have his flaws. He was pretty passive during the entire Umbriel crisis, basically a floating island from oblivion appearing out of nowhere, since it wasn't actively flying over his territories, but it's still a giant floating island from oblivion. You're the Emperor, you should probably do something about that. I also feel like he could have done a bit more to get political allies outside his empire, and perhaps have lent a hand to the Dunmer of Morrowind to get them back on side. It would have been a way for him to show the Dunmer that his empire was different and that he was willing to help them despite the people before him not aiding the Dunmer during the Red Year, the worst time ever. But to be fair to Titus, he had a lot going on in this period. Now, before we move on to comparing all my top picks at this point, there's one more name I want to mention quickly. While I said that Titus Mede I was the only candidate worth mentioning for the greatest emperor debate from this dynasty, his son seems to have had the makings of a strong ruler. The only problem is, we don't know what his rule was like, let alone if he even ruled at all. It's assumed he took over from his dad, becoming Atrebus I, but as it stands, we only ever saw Atrebus as a prince in these two books.
Whoa.
As princes go, he was pretty decent, being a bit impulsive and naive, but he was one of the heroes that dealt with the Umbriel mess, and in a show of great humility, asked not to take credit for it. He was also a famed warrior and a military general, winning battles against the odds, showing that he took after his old man, but again, as an emperor, we know nothing. So, sorry Atrebus, you are a cool prince, but I've got no idea if you were as cool as an emperor. But he's worth an honourable mention, just before we get into all of the names and my number one.
But it is one thing to talk of becoming emperor, and quite another to actually be the emperor.
So let's review these names one more time. We have Alesia and Hestra from the Alessian Empire, Remen 1 and 2, and potentate Vizidushai from the Second Empire, Tiber Septim and Kazariah from the Septim dynasty, and Titus Mede I from the Mede dynasty. Ultimately, I think it depends on what you value most. Since Alesia, Remen I, and Tiber Septim clearly achieved outrageously impressive things, especially Tiber conquering all of Tamriel and overseeing a golden era. Alesia started the whole thing, but all three had a lot going for them in terms of powerful allies, crazy superpowers, or giant mechs. As great as Remen II was, he couldn't overcome the Morrowind problem, and left the realm in a pretty bad place following his untimely end. And while I love what Kazariah did, the Elder Council covered for her a lot, even though they didn't like each other all that much. Titus Mede I and Vizidushai only ever felt like they were holding down the fort, and while they did awesome jobs making sure that Tamriel didn't fall to bits, the chaos could only be stalled. Titus Mede I didn't really set up his empire in a great way to deal with the Aldmeri Dominion threat later down the line, although, to be fair to him, he had a lot going on. If you want greatness and achievements, Tiber and Alesia are your guys. If you want the closest thing to mythical perfection, it's Remen Cyrodiil the First. If you want the least problematic ruler who endeared herself to her people, it's Kazariah. And if you want shadow warriors, it's Hestra and Titus. If you want those who are very good at fixing everyone else's mistakes, it's Vizidushai and Remen II. As for who I think is the best, well, I think I've shown my bias here. The military victories of Titus Mede I, as well as his ability to stitch together a fractured empire despite not being someone with a dragon blood, is quite frankly a miracle. Taking the Imperial City with fewer than 1,000 men is a tactical masterclass, and providing some form of stability without magical plot armor given to you by Akatosh is just incredible. Theoretically, Titus Smith I is just a dude, but what he did as just a dude is amazing. Feel free to disagree with me though and fight your favourite emperor or empress, especially if you're a Talos worshipper thinking that Hyperceptum should be number 1, but this is my number 1 pick, and to be honest, I think anyone that I've mentioned in this shortlist has a strong claim. Still, maybe I've missed someone that you think deserves to be mentioned here, so let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching. I did promise a bit more of a lore-heavy video this week, and while the lore isn't particularly deep, jumping from time periods and eras, I hope this gives you an incentive to do some of your own research, or maybe go through some of my backlog. Some of the videos are old and kinda stinky, but hopefully they're better than just reading the wiki. Many of these videos are less than 15 minutes long, so have a look, and if you're feeling generous, do the whole YouTube ritual thing of liking, commenting and subscribing so we can appease those AI overlords, and I hope to see you in another video.
Wolf bore its fangs and spread its claws and tore at its own hide. Drink the blood and become my sons, or by dawn you'll never survive. And so the pack was born again as the wolves of Yorbaska, to rule in life and serve in
Sipag
death as
talaga
the
oh.
moonlight's bound
Ah,
hunter.
well, nadala ng ping.
Was born again as the wolves of Yorbaska, to rule in life and serve in death as the moonlight's dark hunter.
Stand ready for my arrival, worm.
Sipag talaga. Ito na yung walls na
Dragonborns
balak
do
ko.
not make any sense. Since the rebellion led by Alessia in the first... Wait, no, scratch that. Since Morak became Dragonborn for reasons, we'll get into that later too, Dragonborns have been a key part of Tamriel's history, and perhaps even beyond the continent, and yet, just like their creator, father, and magical dragon sugar daddy, there are a lot of inconsistencies about what they actually are and what they should be able to do. So much so that people have begun to categorise Dragonborns into different types just to try to make sense of it all. If you've only played Skyrim, you might be thinking that the Dragonborn is simply a really shouty guy or gal that eats dragon souls and spends the entire time ignoring Alduin to, I don't know, pick Nirnroot and bake sweet rolls. But there's a lot more to it than that, and before Skyrim, the definition of a Dragonborn might as well have been entirely different. So let's have a closer look at the Dragonborns today, and hopefully by the end of it all, you'll get a better sense of what John Skyrim is, or just leave entirely confused, because lore consistency is a myth to Bethesda apparently.
Dov Walan Farel, we were made to dominate. The will to power is in our blood.
So, let's begin with the dictionary definition of what a Dragonborn is, and then immediately decide that it isn't going to be enough to work with. So, the Dragonborn is an individual blessed by Akatosh, the dragon god of time, with the dragon blood. That's kind of it. That's the simplest explanation that kind of covers all bases, but because it's so simple, it also doesn't cover nearly enough. Now you'll notice that I didn't mention the consumption of dragon souls, Thuum, and chilling with the Greybeards, but that's because this might not apply to all Dragonborn, even though they share the same name and title and supposedly the same blood. Now, I say might because Bethesda sort of just added these inconsistencies in with how they portray the last Dragonborn and Marak in Skyrim, and then just walked away without any proper elaboration. So there's a chance that Martin could have Fusrodard the Daedra back through the gate if he had the training, but most emperors throughout Tamriel's history never show any signs of doing this. I mean, some did, like Tiber Septim obviously, since he has the title of Ysmir just like us, and possibly Remen Cyrodiil and his descendants, but the sheer difference between most emperors and us, the last Dragonborn, has led many to believe there are two types of Dragonborn: the Dragonborn Emperors and the Dragonborn Heroes, and these two are built completely differently. For the most part, it's not an airtight categorization, but it does make some vague sense, considering that these two categories of Dragonborn might have been given the Dragon Blood for two entirely different tasks. Now, if you look at the Dragonborn's name, in the dragon language, Dovahkiin, you might be surprised to find that it's only 2 words, because most dragon names and titles are made up of 3 different words, and Dovahkiin seems to have 3 different syllables. Some have said that Dovahkiin actually means dragon hunterborn, with the R being hunter and Dove just being dragon. This could also be a way to name these 2 different categorizations, with some Dragonborn being Dragon Hunterborns and some other Dragonborns just being Dragonborns, explaining why some of them don't have the same dragon powers as we do. But for the sake of simplicity, and because Dragon Hunterborn is, well, a bit of an awkward name, we're just going to keep with Dragonborn Emperors and Dragonborn Heroes. So let's have a look at the Dragonborn Emperors first, since they have been around longer from a real-world perspective.
Remember me, and remember my words. This burden is now yours alone. You hold our future in your hands.
Prior to John Skyrim and Alduin's gaggle of dragons rewriting the script, Dragonborns came from a covenant made by Cyrodiil's first ever empress, Alessia, and the dragon god of time, Akatosh. I have gone over this in many videos, with the most detailed being my Pelennor video, but long story short, Alessia led a slave rebellion against some ancient evil elves with the help of what would later become the 8 Divines, with Kain, aka Kinnereth, and Akatosh being chief among them. As a result, 2 super overpowered champions, Morahouse the Man-Bull and Pelennor, elves got to go Whitestrake, came to Alessia's aid, and after a truly ridiculous amount of bloodshed, even by Elder Scrolls standards, Alessia became the Empress of Tamriel. Her enemy, known as the Aelid, worshipped and actively worked alongside Daedra, something Akatosh really didn't like, with their most stalwart ally being Meridia, the Daedric Prince of Life and Light. This was probably a major contributing factor to Akatosh battling Alessia. So, when Cyrodiil's first empress took the throne, she made the 8 Divines pantheon to keep everyone happy, and made Akatosh the main man, or I guess main dragon. Toward the end of her reign, Alessia made that fated covenant with Akatosh, in which he gave her the Amulet of Kings and blood from his own heart, swearing that as long as those of Alessia's line wore the Amulet of Kings with this draconic blood, the dragon fires would stay lit, and the rift between Oblivion and Nirn would remain shut. As Akatosh would be the king of spirits, as the Trials of Saint Alessia book put it, Alessia would be the queen of mortals, with the dragon god of time's blood giving her and her line divine authority. Theoretically, this is where all the Dragonborn emperors throughout Tamriel's history came from. This pact was their reason for their power, with their sole job being to make sure those pesky Daedra don't ruin all the hard work the Aedra put into making Nirn. This would then mean that the Dragonborn emperors would have a distinct beginning with Alessia, and an end with Martin Septim, since his sacrifice permanently sealed the rift between Oblivion and Nirn, meaning that once Oblivion ended, Akatosh's covenant would no longer be required, and the Dragonborn would have no purpose in Nirn. I assume that many thought this would be the last we saw of the Dragonborns after Oblivion as a result, since this is made clear in the game's ending, and I say assume because I was a babbling infant eating dirt when Oblivion came out, so I don't know. Still sounds like a better time than watching Cocomelon, but still we know that this isn't the case anymore, and the last
Oh,
Dragonborn
2,000
kind of
blocks na to.
rewrites everything we know.
Such arrogance to dare take for yourself the name of Dova.
John nor Jane Skyrim changed the definition of what a Dragonborn was. Interestingly, there are many comparisons between the last Dragonborn and some of the emperors of the past, particularly Tiber Septim, but to my knowledge anyway, this was the first time from a storytelling perspective that Bethesda had changed what a Dragonborn's purpose was. Instead of lighting dragonfires and keeping demons from storming the beaches, we existed to deal with Akatosh's rebellious son and eat a bunch of souls all Shang Tsung style. We had basically nothing to do with stopping the Daedra, at least until the DLC came along, but you could easily chalk this off as Akatosh realising Alduin was going to be a massive pain in the rear, and dusting off his old Dragonborn making skills to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's like having the German Shepherd, a dog breed bred for, well, being a shepherd, then later using that same breed for military and police forces. And I just compared the Dragonborn to a German Shepherd. I bet your dog meat is happy. Anyway, a way of looking at us is that we were some super special one-off to deal with a very unique situation. This is a once-in-existence event. I mean, it's not every day a dragon god fated to go full mukbang in the world is shunted forward in time by an Elder Scroll. But here's the thing, it isn't a one-off. Well, the time shunting is, but Marak makes things even more confusing. While it's never overt, I always assumed that Marak's entire purpose was to do what we did, except way earlier. But he didn't and chose a different path, as he put it, because, well, he's a fan of calamari books and calamari books. He is the self-proclaimed first Dragonborn, and whether or not this is true is completely irrelevant, since we know he was around in the late Merithic era, while Alessia, the first Dragonborn Emperor, was around in the early First Era. This means that the Dragonborn's original purpose had nothing to do with the dragon fires and was all about vacuuming dragon souls, being the perfect monster hunter style dragon slayer, and blowing up Alduin. Obviously, Marak did not do this, and he got his butt handed to him by a dragon priest. But it also makes me wonder if he was the reason why Akatosh decided to bin off the Daedra with his pact with Alessia. Remember, Marak went away from his destiny because of a Daedric prince, Squid Game himself, Hermaeus Mora. So perhaps Akatosh wanted to be more careful about giving away his dragon blood after rolling a natural 1 on choosing Marak as the first Dragonborn. Yeah, maybe don't choose a dragon priest as a Dragonborn next time, you dunce. It also doesn't help that we don't know how or when Marak got his powers, and whether it was before or after he became a dragon priest. Did he actually have a chat with Akatosh and was given the powers, similarly to Alessia? I have no idea. And Marak weirdly doesn't speak a lot before we turn him into a skeleton. Maybe the idea was to have Marak take over Alduin's empire, and then, as the ruler of Tamriel, be given the Amulet of Kings to close the rift between Nirn and Oblivion. Alessia would then be the backup plan to Marak's failure to take Alduin's place and rule with his draconic empire, but that's all theoretical. I very much doubt Alduin was able to predict the use of the Elder Scroll to put Alduin forward in time, because the Elder Scrolls are outside time and space. This is all just theoretical on my end though, and I'm just trying to explain a bunch of stuff that I don't know. Nerak and our introduction also makes the Dragonborn a distinctly Nordic thing, since we, despite the race chosen, are still a Nordic hero and Marak is very much a Nord. The dragons ruled over the early Nords, aka Atmorans, before they even came to Skyrim, and Marak was one of those proto-Nords. As a result, Alessia then comes across as someone chosen by circumstance, which could be why Akatosh only made her Dragonborn after the majority of the fighting was done, and he was sure she wasn't going to do a Mirak. So Mirak, and lore we learn in Skyrim, recontextualizes the whole Dragonborn thing, potentially, although it might be easier to think of him, and thus the last Dragonborn, as an entirely different entity that just so happens to share the same name. Why do I say this? Well, Uriel Septim is busy doing this instead of this, and you're more likely to find a Dragonborn Emperor without the crazy shouting powers than with, although the problem with this compartmentalization is that there is some overlap. The Blades learned of the Dragon Soul consuming powers of the Dragonborn through the Dragon Guard. God, that's a lot of dragons in a single sentence, and these guys were active throughout the rule of Remen Cyrodiil and his descendants. Then there's obviously Tiber Septim shouting up literal storms, so it sounds like these Dragonborn Emperors aren't too different to us and Mirak, except they didn't have to deal with as many dragons as we do. If this is the case, then it's assumed that all Dragonborns have the same powers or potential to have these powers. So why aren't all the heirs put in a Dragonborn bootcamp to train them up before they take the throne and make them powerful military assets? It's not like the people of Tamriel don't know how much of an asset an OP warrior with the voice is. Morehouse was a massive weapon for Alessia's rebellion. Remen's line went around slaying dragons, and Tiber Septim conquered half of Tamriel with his voice, then used the Numidian to conquer the other half. Tiber even set up the Imperial College of the Voice in Markarth to teach the Thunes a way of war like the old days. So why are his descendants all packing some draconic heat? This partially comes down to Imperial narrative, which we'll get into later, but another explanation comes from Akatosh not giving them these specific powers, as they aren't Dragonborn heroes like us, Mirak, and I guess the overlapping Tiber Septim and Remen Cyrodiil, which is a pretty common theory, but why not? Saying that these Dragonborn Emperors have the Dragon Blood, so they can use the Amulet of Kings but not the Dragon Soul to do all the soul-sucking and Thune shouting, is something that makes sense but only to a certain extent, because, again, there is some overlap between the two different types of Dragonborn. Another thing adding to the confusion is that the bloodline and descendants don't really have as much to do with being a Dragonborn Emperor as you might initially think.
That task falls to others. Farewell. You've been a good friend in the short time that I've known you, but now I must go. The dragon waits.
Okay, so, this section is a part of the video that I struggle to make much sense of. We've stated before that the entire point of giving Alessia the Dragon Blood and the Amulet of Kings is so her descendants can safeguard the dragon fires, but unless the family tree gets way more complicated than I realise, considering that it's already pretty complicated, it doesn't seem like you have to be related to Alessia, or even another Dragonborn Emperor for that matter, to wear the Amulet of Kings. Obviously, you can point to the founder of each different empire not being related to Alessia, since her line did technically end. Then again, you could argue that Remen and Tiber are all related to each other because the Dragon Blood could get around through many illegitimate heirs. So maybe that isn't the best example. No, the best example would be one of the Septim Empresses, Kataraya, who is a Dunmer and, to my knowledge anyway, isn't at all related to any royal by blood. She married Pelagius III, the Mad One, and after he got put in an insane asylum, Kataraya took over. Without any blood relation, she could still wear the Amulet of Kings, saying to me that Akatosh just chooses whoever the most convenient to carry the Dragon Blood and wear the Amulet of Kings is. Kataraya's son, who she had with her own consort, who's not a Septim, took over later, and also wore the Amulet of Kings, and was only a Septim because of his mother's marriage, not through his blood, which is very confusing. Why make a covenant with a bloodline to just ignore the bloodline? If Akatosh approves of these rulers one at a time with his dragon blood, why bother approving the bad ones? If he can give Kataraya the dragon blood to keep the Septim dynasty going through convenience, considering that there were other true Septims about, including her firstborn son, why not do the same for potentate Vizidshu? I hope I got it right that time, who took over for the Second Cyrodiilic Empire when Remen Cyrodiil's bloodline ended. He was distinctly not an emperor, while Kataraya was, since she had the Amulet of Kings. So, what gives there? Is Dragon Dad a racist? Does he not like snake people? If Akatosh could just pick and choose people, why bother with bloodlines at all? Why not do the Avatar thing of having it be some random person each time, and then he can just pick someone who looks like they're the best for the job? Now, this is of course assuming that Kataraya is someone who doesn't have any Septim blood. This is also assuming that literally anyone with Septim, Cyrodiil, or Alessia's blood aren't Dragonborns who can potentially wear the Amulet of Kings. In this video about the Emperors, I mentioned that a common criticism I had for a lot of Emperors was that they had affairs and bastard children, all Robert Baratheon making the 8 still, and we're just talking about the bastards and affairs we know about. There is a chance, however slim, that Kataraya is related to the Septims distantly, possibly through Queen Baranzaya, who had an affair with Tiber Septim, especially because the two belonged to the same clan. Now, granted, the baby that Baranzaya would have had with Tiber Septim was allegedly aborted on the Emperor's orders, but because this is Elder Scrolls lore, this could have been a lie, spread for any number of reasons, and the baby could have been kept in secret. That's also assuming Kataraya is even related to the Septims, and could have had the dragon blood through Remen or Alessia distantly. But if this is the case, then that means we aren't that special as the last Dragonborn. Sure, we're a Dragonborn hero, potentially a Shezarene, and possibly a Dragon Hunterborn, making us more of a special case, since we've got a whole prophecy and a fancy wall all about us. But this would then imply that there are probably dozens of people wandering around that could have potentially worn the Amulet of Kings. Of course, it's not really relevant by the time of Skyrim, because there is no Amulet of Kings, but it would mean that there are plenty of people who could have done what Tiber Septim and Remen did, with a proper claim to the Ruby Throne, but just didn't lock in enough, I guess. The final explanation I have for the whole Kataraya situation, because I simply refuse to say Bethesda did a weird thing that was probably a bit of a lore oversight, is that she actually gained the dragon blood through her marriage to Pelagius and Mara. Remember, when you get married in Skyrim, it is in a temple of Mara, because that's what the goddess is all about, and perhaps she, with some help from Akatosh, makes the spouses of the emperors and empresses dragonborn, thus explaining why Kataraya's second son, who isn't at all related to Pelagius, was able to use the Amulet of Kings as well. That, or I don't know, Akatosh saw what a mess the Septim bloodline was from Pelagius and decided to make an exception for Kataraya to hold down the fort. But even then, I don't know how much Akatosh cares for mortal politics. There could be a combination of the bloodline factor and being chosen. For instance, once Alessia's bloodline ended, Akatosh selected Remen Cyrodiil, then when his line ended, selected Tiber Septim and simply continued the terms of the Covenant with Alessia going forward, but with different bloodlines and people. The slight problem is that if Tiber Septim is the start of a brand new dragon bloodline, it doesn't last very long, because Pelagius I, Tiber Septim's grandson and the second emperor of the dynasty, is succeeded by Empress Kintyra, Tiber's niece. Yes, Tiber apparently had a brother, Agnes, who did basically nothing, but pretty much the entire Septim line can be traced back to him, so, was he made Dragonborn too and just lazy? Granted, Agnerith might not even be real, and Kintyra might actually be the bastard daughter of Tiber, but relabeled as his niece to make her rule the Gisland. This would probably make more sense than Agnerith actually being real and just doing nothing the whole time except have a daughter.
You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
But one thing I'm glossing over is what the people in Tamriel think about all this. Well, good thing there's a book all about it.
I believe that Martin's sacrifice sealed the gates of oblivion forever. Tamriel no longer needs the protection of the dragon fires.
In Skyrim, there's the Book of the Dragonborn that seeks to kind of explain this mess. It doesn't do an amazing job in the explaining front, but it's an attempt, I guess. Now, the weirdness of Katarai is not explained at all, which I've probably spent half this video talking about, but it does mention that Dragonborns aren't just emperors. It mentions that there are gnawed tales of Dragonborns slaying these giant scaly pigeons and slurping up their souls, which is either in reference to Marak, which I doubt, or more Dragonborns after Marak. This could include the High King of Skyrim, Ysmir Wolfhalf, whom Balgruuf mentions as a Dragonborn, and he was known to fight a ghost version of Alduin. Well, I say fight, but he basically called Shor for help, turned everyone back into adults after they were turned into children, then killed over. That's a topic for another time, but basically Dragonborns have existed before Alessia, and apparently scholars know about this. It seems like the Dragonborn concept got famous because of Alessia's Covenant, however. It's kinda like Amy Winehouse's cover of Valerie, I guess, but the book also questions whether the Emperor Dragonborns have all the crazy powers of these Dragonborn heroes, and it doesn't give us an answer. Not even a theory. Yeah, thanks for that. The authors of this book just call it a divine mystery, like that's bloody useful. There are also a few things to address about this book, as well as the narrative pushed by the Empire that has subsequently been debunked by the events of Skyrim. One is the idea that there can only be one Dragonborn at a time. We know that this isn't true because Marak has been an apocrypha since the Merithic era, meaning that there has been at least 2 Dragonborns in existence at most points in history, although obviously Marak is stuck in apocrypha, so maybe there's a loophole there. The Book of the Dragonborn also mentions that there are several Dragonborn emperors at any given time, at least from a logical standpoint, the current emperor and their heirs. They don't confirm this to be the case, although it kinda does feel like the scholars who wrote this believe it is. Still, I suppose this means that Imperial propaganda pushed the narrative that there is only one Dragonborn at any given time, and they are only made Dragonborn when they don the Amulet of Kings. Mankar Cameron, Oblivion's favourite madman, kinda disproved this in Oblivion, but he rewrote reality with a special knife, so that's cheating. Finally, there's a mention that, while legends state otherwise, there's no evidence that Remen is related to Alessia, meaning that Akatosh's covenant with the Dragonborn Emperors isn't purely hereditary. It is said that between Remen's empire and Tiber's, the Blades went out looking for the next Dragonborn, and I guess eventually found him because they fought alongside Tiber Septim early in his campaigns. This implies that the Blades knew that Akatosh was going to choose a new Dragonborn and lineage, but if this is the case, there's something else that confuses me about us, the last Dragonborn.
In the name of Kine, in the name of Shor, and in the name of Atmora of old, you are Ysmir now, the Dragon of the North.
So, theoretically, while not all Dragonborn Emperors got their status through their parents, dragon blood can be passed through a family tree. If this is the case, why are we the last Dragonborn? Don't get me wrong, it's a baller title, and Marak's line,
"And so the first Dragonborn meets the last Dragonborn at the summit of Apocrypha,"
goes hard. But we can pass our dragon blood to our children, right? I know John Skyrim can't have his own kids in-game and has to adopt, but does that mean he's sterile? Or does that mean everyone who made the prophecy thought John Skyrim would lose to Alduin and that would be it? Did people really have that little faith? Obviously, Bethesda probably didn't want to add a pregnancy mechanic or a child raising mechanic, but I wonder if this means the Dragonborn won't be able to pass on the dragon blood or build a legacy of their own to make their own empire. I guess so, since Bethesda tends to write protagonists out of the story once their game is done. But Dragonborns and Dragon Blood are such pivotal elements to Tamriel that I don't know how Bethesda can feasibly write us out without trapping us somewhere or taking away the last Dragonborn's free will in some way. Being
The
the Dragonborn
fuck?
is a big deal for everyone on the continent, especially because we have undeniable proof, and the Dragon Blood should matter massively to an empire on its knees, looking for someone to revitalise it. Then again, we might not be that kind of Dragonborn, and we might not be able to use the Amulet of Kings. I'm assuming we could have, but obviously there's no way of proving it because, well, it's in pieces. I don't know, man. Dragonborns confuse me.
Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. And another one.
So it hasn't helped that Bethesda wanted to adapt and change the definition of Dragonborns in Skyrim so that we could be this dragon-slaying hero, and I guess you could chalk it up as a minor retcon, but it has caused me quite a bit of confusion. I'm not really clear on the rules and how this came about, and assuming we didn't just pop into existence, which is also another reality, there is a chance that our parents were Dragonborn, and we're part of some Dragonborn lineage, which would make us the final person in said lineage. But that's probably the point. Dragonborns get their gift from a god, and there is meant to be some mystery from the divine. Akatosh in particular is a confusing deity, and check out this video for that, but I do wish that people in-universe would try to offer some explanations, even if those explanations contradict each other, because that would be realistic. Either way, thank you for watching. It has been exactly 1 year since I posted my first video, which is pretty freaky to say. So, happy 1 year anniversary, I guess. Look at where the time's gone. Don't forget to do that YouTube ritual nonsense, you're smart enough to know what that means by now, and hopefully I'll see you in another video. And here's to another year.
When darkness came, you wiped my tears. I remember your hand on mine. Now all I wish when I close my eyes is that you'll still be there when
Meow, 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 meow. Ah.
자서전적 정보를 전혀 기억하지 못하는
Mm.
전형적인 해리성 기억상실증입니다. 드라마나 영화에서 많이 나온 기억상실 바로 그거죠.
그러니까요. 이게 진짜 되네. 어쩜 이렇게 아무것도 기억이 안 나지?
Powers had even swallowed a storm cloud, earning him the title of the Breath of Time, like Morahouse before him. He was known to battle orcs, defeating one of their chiefs with a shout, and the orc god, Ork, the old knocker, who is basically Ark and Malika fused, and old, decided to do something about these pesky Nords. He summoned Alduin, bloody somehow, and Alduin used his mukbang skills to eat the Nord's time away, which turned everyone into a 6-year-old. Yeah, that's right, Alduin could have turned you into a helpless kid the entire time, but chose to actually fight normally. Now, a kid, Wolfhalf then summoned Shaw to fight Alduin. Again, somehow. Note that both are spirits at this point, and thus fought on the spirit plane. But Shaw was apparently the stronger of the two, and defeated Alduin, then threw the child curse onto the orcs, which, I mean, what the f***, man? You didn't need to do that, that's... Anyway, 6-year-old Warthhalf witnessed the fight between Shaw and Alduin, and thus figured out the Thu'um required to undo the time-eating curse. So he restored everyone back to their mortal ages, but died from using the Thu'um. And I guess Orcay had enough and went home? My days, this is just so mental, and this is mainly because it's from a mythology. Other versions of this tale aren't quite as crazy, but this is the fun version, so it's the one you're getting here. But as you can see, Shaw doesn't really know how to stay dead, and while he is a god, he is known to appear on Nirn as a mortal.
Your prayers have woken me from my endless dream. Or perhaps you have entered my dream, and I still sleep.
Gods having mortal avatars isn't that uncommon. Talos apparently had one in Morrowind, the game, called Wolf, but Shaw is the most famous for it. These reincarnations even have a specific name, Shurezarine, but is hotly contested as to who is and who is not a Shurezarine. I'll give you 3 potential examples here, with example number 1 being this absolute maniac, Pellinor Whitestrake, the Divine Crusader. Pellinor was probably the most aware of his status, if he was one, often talking to a figure named Akka, most likely Akatosh, in his mad ravings. He hated elves with a passion, the passion of 3,000 suns, which makes sense if you consider that Shaw has been at war with Myr several times in the past, and was also stupidly powerful, to the point where he fought Alkosh, basically Khajiit Akatosh, and got shouted out of the country, but took no damage. I made a full video here about Pellinor, but it seems that, if he were a Shurezarine, there was something broken about him, given his madness, which he was only freed from in death. Despite this look, which isn't all that Nordic, the Nords saw him and thought he was Shaw in person, and some have even stated that Pellinor is Shaw's corpse, given that he is described as having a hole where his heart should be. It seems that Akatosh left his mark on Pellinor too, with him being described as having the rage of a mindless dragon. Strangely, Pellinor hated the mention of being called Shaw, and it only fueled his rage, but I'm not sure if this meant he denied it or just hated the idea that this is what he had become. Akatosh also seems to have quite a collaboration with Shurezarine, which could be a sign of the dragon god's continued torment of his twin, or perhaps his own grief at having lost his brother, with Pellinor being called as such in the Song of Pellinor, written in Remen Cyrodiil's time. Morahouse the Man-Bull and the demigod son of Kain, who was Shaw's wife, and now widow, had great love for Pellinor in a familial way, with the Crusader calling Bullboy over here his nephew. Morahouse even states that Pellinor would one day return as a fox, which we've established before as Shaw's Nordic aspect, yet there is something wrong with Pellinor. He was mad, suffered bloodlust, and was so violent that when Aedra watched his rages and bouts of madness, they thought about leaving the world, which I think means Nirn and not Mundus as a whole. The Aedra literally can't leave Mundus because of their powers being used to make the world, but he appeared a few times in spirit form too, first to Alessia, the first Empress of Cyrodiil, on her deathbed, and then in Oblivion to get us to finish the job and finally deal with Umaril. Still, I want you to remember the fox tidbit, because that will become relevant for the second Shurezarine I want to talk about here, Zurin Arctus. Zurin Arctus was the imperial battle mage of King Cuchulainn, a Colovian king who both he and the young Talos worked for. I won't go into extreme detail about this time, because that's what this video is for. Man, it's nice having a backlog. But Zurin was a pivotal part of getting Talos to become Tiber Septim, Emperor of Tamriel. He is believed to have been a Shurezarine as well, with his Breton name being Arnand the Fox, which could be fulfilling Morahouse's little comment about Pellinor coming back as a fox. While he played second fiddle to Akatosh's blood, Tiber Septim, the Dragonborn, Zurin was incredibly powerful. When Tiber lost his voice, getting his throat cut by either an assassin or himself during Kulakane's assassination, depending on the version of the story you believe, Zurin was the one who created the Mantella, a gem with his life force, and this was used to power the Numidium. Note that the Numidium was originally intended to be powered by the heart of Shor, so it follows that Zurin's own heart, as the Mantella is sometimes called, would also work. Also note that the previously mentioned Wolfarth potentially has a big part to play here too, but again, the video from before explains that. I don't really have time to go into it here. Now, you might find it surprising that I don't mention Tiber Septim being a Sherezarine, considering quite a few people think Talos is. And well, that's because I don't think he is as immortal, but he is as a god. It's complicated, but basically there are many ways in which people can become gods. Achieving godhood is called apotheosis, and the methods are known as the walking ways, one of which is the combination of different beings to create a stronger whole, known as the enantiomorph. This usually involves one being overcoming another, and it is believed that the god, Talos, is actually made up of 3 people: King Wolfarth, Tiber Septim, and Zurin Arctus. This would mean that Talos, the god, is 1/3 Sherezarine, and could explain why he ascended to the 9 Divines. Actually, some believe that Wolfarth is a Sherezarine too, so technically it could be 2/3 Sherezarine, but essentially, Talos, when he became a god, returned Shor to his rightful place in divinity, and thus the missing 9th god was found as Talos. There's even evidence that Talos mantled Shor, essentially taking his place, hence the 9 divines, but Shor and Talos seem to remain separate beings. Talos has sort of filled his position, but isn't literally Shor now, because it's not like Sovngarde belongs to him, I think. But then, this leads us to the final Sherezarine I want to talk about, us. The last Dragonborn, aka John or Jane Skyrim, is thought to be not just the Dragonborn, but a Sherezarine, at least by a fair part of the community. It's not confirmed by Bethesda, because very rarely are things in a lore confirmed by the people who made it, and we seem to be linked more with Talos and Akatosh than Shor. But let's have a look at it. Shor was known to fight and even beat Alduin in the past, and after Akatosh's first Dragonborn failed to get the job done, Morak, it's somewhat reasonable that he would give the job to a Sherezarine with dragon blood, to really make sure the job gets done this time. Akatosh has always had some sort of hand with Sherezarine in the past. Look at Pelennor and Wolfarth. Whether intended or otherwise, Zurin Arctus ended up working alongside a Dragonborn for most of his career, so it's not like Akatosh hasn't combined his powers with Shor in the past, and wouldn't continue to do so. The thing is, no one recognises us as a Sherezarine or even Shor. Not even Sun, his close Thane at the Whalebone Bridge, so it's not 100% guaranteed. Still, Shor isn't in Sovngarde, and while Kirkbride mentioned that this was because of religious reasons from another Bethesda dev, at least according to this Reddit comment, you could state that this is because we're literally him in mortal form. It's not a watertight theory, but you could use it. Another thing to mention is that many have said the hero of Kvatch is also a Sherezarine, because Pelennor was implied to be reborn as the hero during the Knights of the Nine. But that would mean there are 2 Sherezarine hanging about, since Oblivion's protagonist becomes Sheogorath after the Shivering Isles DLC. Actually, if you add Talos, I guess there are many, meaning that multiple Sherezarine can exist simultaneously. Actually, I've even seen people say that Nerevarine is a Sherezarine. But this is where I put my foot down. This is where I say enough is enough. The Nerevarine is already a reincarnating demigod. He doesn't need all of that. The biggest problem in general is that we don't know who exactly is and who exactly isn't a Sherezarine, so it's tough to confirm or deny if somebody is, especially if multiple can exist at once. Hell, even Ysgramor could have been a Shirazarine, since he went on a tear against elves and was said to cry ebony, which is Shaw's blood. This would mean that Shaw can interact with his Shirazarine, since he came to Ysgramor as a fox and interacted with Wolfarth on 2 separate occasions. Truthfully, the whole Shirazarine thing is just quite messy, and quite a complicated thing to wrap your head around, but his worship at least seems reasonably simpler.
Together, Snare. Stormcloak and Imperial. We wander hopeless, waiting for succor.
For the most part, people agree on what Shaw is, and he doesn't appear wildly different between pantheons, and his worship depends on whether you're a Mer or Mer descendant or human. For elves, he is a deceiver, Lorcan, the doom drum, but for humanity, he is Shaw, the children's god. Because he's dead and died so early in man's history, temples aren't built in honour of him, nor his shield thane Sun, and while he continued to be an overlooking figure in Nordic religion, Kyne seems to be the one more actively worshipped, since she is very much still alive. I guess humanity, or at least Nords, see him as a martyr god, and in their own death, they will go to his Hall of Valor and Sovngarde, where he once again rules them as a king, similarly to how Uriel used to rule the Eldmeri. While Lords worship him as a fox, then as a humanoid, I guess, he has been a stalwart for them until recently, when the people of Skyrim has switched up on him, but his worship among other humans is well documented too. The Needs, essentially precursors to Imperials, had a track record of worshipping Shaw, even though he wasn't one of the 8 divines. I assume he isn't part of that pantheon because he was dead, but there are other interesting things about the name Shazar, which was chosen for Shaw. Alessia once spoke to Kyne and is quoted as saying, "And this thing I have thought of, I have named it, and I call it freedom," which I think is just another word for Shazar, who goes missing. So to her and the Needs, Shazar represents freedom, probably meaning freedom from her oppressors, the elves, which makes sense given that Shaw loved to fight those pointy ears. Later on, when a monkey man prophet named Maruk introduced some extreme religious zeal, which resulted in monotheism, with Akatosh at the helm, they still stated that Shazar should be revered. Strangely, some theorise that when Alessia made the 8 divines religion, she actually combined Auriel and Shaw, the twins, into one being, Akatosh, and this could be where this stems from. Although this is all theoretical, we very rarely get proper explanations for any of the stuff in Elder Scrolls lore, but I guess that's what makes it fun. Annoying if you're making content like me, but still fun. Also, Shaw, Auriel, and Morahouse are all married to Alessia, according to the Remenada book, and Shaw and Auriel are twins, so... Let's move on. There isn't a whole lot to talk about when it comes to Lorcan, the elven interpretation. The more traditional incarnations, now used by Outland and what was probably the case with the Snow Elves and the Eldmeri, make him a trickster, the enemy, and sometimes compare him to Sithis, which is a bit much. These guys feel cheated out of their godhood and immortality because their ancestors lost this divine power when Lorcan tricked them into making the world. The Dwemer didn't really care either way, since they wanted to be gods in their own right and thought all gods that weren't them were dumb, or something like that. But the Dunmer seemed pretty cool with Lorcan. To them, he was a cruel but benevolent god. And cruelty is sort of something that the Dunmer are chill with. And he was sent by Sithis to change the order of the world, freeing slaves from their false gods, the Aedra. This makes sense if you take into account the Dunmer's track record of Daedric worship. Bretons, who are sort of elves, just say he makes crops go bad. He's literally called the Bad Man, but they also call him Sheol, not Lorcan. From what I can tell, the Bosmer and Argonians don't really care that much. He exists in the Argonians, but he's far from the main focus. Now the Khajiit have a funny thing about Lorcaj, their version of Lorcan. According to these fluffy dudes, there's actually a third moon, known as the Dark Moon, appearing when there's an eclipse. And this third moon is Lorcaj's corpse. Finally, we have the Red Guards and their Yokudan traditions, calling Lorcan Sep, a snake born of the shed skin of Sakatar, the world snake, who is basically a representation of everything, a mixture of Anu and Padme, which we'll explain later. Red Guard religion and culture are pretty tricky to explain quickly, because it comes from a different continent and doesn't have a lot of the things that make Tamrielic religions harmonious. But Sep is characterized as a helper to another god, Ruptga, also known as Tall Papa. What the f is that name? He eats a lot too. Yeah, I'm gonna need a full video on Red Guard culture and religion to make any sense of that. But finally, we need to have a discussion about Shaw conceptually.
Approach me, listener, and hear my words.
Okay, so Shaw and Akatosh are twins, and yet polar opposites. They allied with different forces and are two sides of the same coin, forever intertwined, yet forever opposed. This could be why Sherezarine always seemed to be linked to dragons, dragonborns, and so on. But why is this the case? Well, this is because of two opposing primordial forces in the Elder Scrolls, Anu and Padme, aka Sithis. Everything and nothing, order and chaos, stasis and change. From my understanding, Akatosh comes from Anu, and Shaw comes from Padme, which is why there's this association between Lorcan and Sithis. The world was in stasis before the creation of Mundus, and Shaw upset that by introducing change and chaos. But what's interesting is that Akatosh did not abandon the project after discovering his twin's deception, as Magnus did before him. He sided with the Mer, the once divine beings, whose slow aging represents stasis, while his brother sided with humanity, the agents of chaos and change. He fought his brother, yet he did not destroy his project, nor leave it for others to finish, as Magnus did. Akatosh took charge and saw that Mundus was made, but why is this? Why, after being deceived, would he still give his power to finish a world that went against the nature of order? Well, maybe it's because, while the world changed with time, it contained everything. He and other Aedra were making everything, and this everything, this world, this Mundus, was more beautiful than even they, divine beings, et Arda, were. And perhaps this order and chaos, this beautiful combination of Anu and Padme, Akatosh and Shaw, was the reason for this beauty. Shaw may have begun as a trickster, but Mundus itself was no trick. Akatosh knew this, and while Nern would pump his twin's blood as if it were its own, it was
Oh my
greater
god,
than
11 na
anyone
pala.
God can be. Well, until Alduin eats it all anyway. Thanks for watching a
Kaya
video
dapat
all
natutulog
about the
naman.
missing god,
Ha?
with
Bakit
so
natutulog?
many
Ano
names.
yun?
It's a tricky video to put together, arguably trickier
Kaya
than
dapat
this
nga talaga
Akatosh one,
natutulog na.
because of the added element of Shaw's reincarnation and
Asan
how
yung
he's
relo
more
ko?
consistent as a god. But because he's dead, the entire mythos around him is different. I didn't even talk about his relationship with Kain and the creation of
Suot
men
natin.
because of how much there is to cover, and all of it is equal parts confusing and compelling.
It makes no damn sense.
This is what makes Elder Scrolls lore so entertaining in my opinion, especially with its gods. It's something it does so well. The gods are mythical, and there's so much to look into and figure out. The religions are unique and interpret the same forces as real-world mythologies do, but it can be difficult to get the information across to viewers, annoyingly. That's kind of my only problem with this. Still, I hope you enjoyed this video. The YouTube ritual still needs filling with the whole like, comment, subscribe, and bell ordeal, and perhaps I will see you in another video.
What's this? What walls?
넌 거칠을 싫어했어. 그래서 인테리어도 전주인
It's famous.
The Oblivion Crisis is probably the biggest thing to happen in an Elder Scrolls game. While we don't get to see it much, it decimated almost all of Tamriel and resulted in a giant shift in the power balance on the continent. The Empire, which had been a stalwart ruling hand before Oblivion, was left fractured and crumbling afterwards. Morrowind lost a city and a crab, the Summerset Isles were pushed to near eradication, and a lot of other provinces were faced with massive death tolls. And, well, we know in painstaking detail how Cyrodiil fared in the whole thing, but this doesn't mean the Oblivion Crisis was necessarily the worst for everyone equally. Some got to shine in the spotlight, while others seem to have fared at least alright, given some influence. So today we're going to look at every province in Tamriel and either explain or investigate how they all did when the Oblivion Crisis hit them. And let's begin with Cyrodiil.
Stand true, my friend. May your heart be your guide, and the gods grant you strength.
So, we should all know by now that Cyrodiil did not do well during the Oblivion Crisis. Granted, they got it the worst since they were at the centre of Marin's Dagon's assault, with the Mythic Wars operations centred there too, and Marin's Dagon actually turned up at the Imperial City. I mean, what do you expect mortals to do about this? There's just Still, I want to really put across the
Deforestation
impact
of the
the
Sakura
losses Cyrodiil
Biome.
sustained and put into context how bad it was. Since the game, or I guess the games, can't really show you that level of impact by virtue of what being video games. The entire royal family got decimated. Literally ruined. Uriel Septim and all of his sons bit the bullet, and Martin Septim soon joined them because, you know, he's played by Sean Bean. What did you expect? This resulted in an immensely weakened empire, with potentate Okato in charge, and when he was assassinated, later on, the empire and Cyrodiil split up, needing to be put back together by a new emperor, taking the throne who was not a dragonborn, and even then, the empire was never the same. Many provinces ended up leaving, and this paved the way for the Aldmeri Dominion and the Great War. The Empire basically being nothing but Cyrodiil, Hyrok and half of Skyrim, all stems from the end of the Septim dynasty, brought about by the Oblivion Crisis. But I want to reverse a bit here. Let's talk about Kvatch and how big an event the city being lost actually was. You see, before Cyrodiil became a unified country, it was made up of many smaller countries, which were practically city-states, with Kvatch being one of them. Thus, it can be assumed that Kvatch is a pretty meaty city in terms of size and population, at least by medieval standards. But almost everyone in that city was turned into Daedra at the start of the crisis. Now, we don't have an estimated population for this city, but I think it's safe to say that a once capital of a city-state like Kvatch would have a low to mid 5-figure population. Maybe even a 6 if we're being generous, but that's being very generous. Now, if we include the general death toll from the Battle of Bruma and the Imperial City, with the Imperial City likely having a 7-figure population, plus the general nonsense in the countryside, Cyrodiil could have easily suffered a 6-figure death toll, plus the loss of its ruling family. I think it's also worth pointing out that the Oblivion Crisis wasn't all that long either. The Euro Septim was seized on the 27th of the last seed, 3E433, which is the Tamriel version of August, and we know the crisis didn't last more than a year since the new era began right after, meaning that the crisis could have only lasted for a maximum of 4 months. A potentially 6-figure death toll, plus the death of an entire royal family, plus the loss of an entire city, plus an actual Daedric prince rolling up is a lot to deal with in the span of 4 months. And that's not even mentioning Umaril turning up. To be fair, a lot of the details are up for debate, because Cyrodiil was Oblivion's setting, so while there's not all the drama and information, it also depends on the choices made by the hero of Kvatch. But Cyrodiil got a whole game, so let's move on to the setting of the previous game, since you can just get the details from playing. Morrowind.
How could you be so naive? There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place.
I'll warn you now. This is going to become a theme, but we don't know a massive amount about Morrowind during the Oblivion Crisis, other than that they had an awful time like pretty much everyone else, but the even worse times were yet to come for the Dunya. It doesn't seem like the Oblivion Crisis was as bad as the Red Year, but the Red Year was a comedically terrible time. A giant floating island became a meteor, the Red Mountain blew up, and most of Vardenfell went bye-bye. Then, straight after that, the Argonians invaded and ended up taking most of Morrowind. They got it back after a while, but this isn't about the Red Year and the Ascension War. This is all to say that the Oblivion Crisis was obviously bad, but wasn't as bad as that, at least for the Dunya. Half the country exploded, then got infested by crazy lizards. But again, it wasn't great. The one account we have is the Battle of Aldrun, sure we'll go with that, which resulted in the city falling to the Daedra, similar to Kvatch I would assume. House Redoran revived the Aldscar which you may remember as this big old thing in Morrowind, but even that proved ineffective and the city fell anyway, as did the crab. Again, it's not as bad as the Red Year, but that's like saying getting blown up by a run-of-the-mill missile is better than getting a hydrogen bomb to the face. You don't really want either, and thousands of people still died, and without their living gods to protect them, and with an Erevarin apparently in Akavir, there wasn't a great power to aid the people of Morrowind, which was the case with Cyrodiil and another province we'll get into later. One of the heroes of Morrowind, Saint Jib, which is how his name is said in Skyrim, was slain during the crisis, but was found dead in Kvatch, so he wasn't even in the country to help. Not that he probably would have been that much help. Vivek should have been around since he vanished during the Red Year apparently, but we don't have any accounts of him doing anything. Either way, let's move back again to a previous game and have a look at the Idiak Bay, featured in Daggerfall.
You see those warriors from Hammerfell? They've got curved swords.
Curved swords.
The reason I'm talking about Hammerfell and High Rock together as the Idiak Bay is that we know almost nothing about either of them during this period and have little information to infer about how they could have done. I looked through all the rumour texts in Oblivion, and the only mention of Hammerfell comes from talking about the Colovian Highlands bordering the country being a barren wasteland, with no one living there. So this isn't too useful. High Rock isn't mentioned at all, which makes sense because it doesn't share a border with Cyrodiil. But here's what we know about the general Oblivion crisis. Remember that Oblivion, the game, and its remaster, only lightly represent what actually happened, and that there were armies upon armies of Daedra besieging pretty much every major city they could. You might find maybe, 100 odd NPCs in the Imperial City, but the Imperial City is probably one of the biggest cities in all of Tamriel, if not the biggest, and I wouldn't be surprised if it had 1 million people in it, which obviously they can't represent in the game. Now, about every major city being attacked, the game itself references this, with a rumour saying that they say that the Oblivion Gates have opened outside cities all across Tamriel. Gods preserve us, being some evidence for this. We'll talk about this later too, but the Daedra could summon great storms and winds at sea, keeping ships harboured, something the Outmas suffered from, and because the Iliac Bay is, well, a bay, it's in the name, I wouldn't be surprised if both provinces were unable to leverage their navy and the islands off the coast were completely isolated. If a city fell, we probably should have heard about it in either a book in Skyrim or a rumour in Oblivion, and due to the Oblivion crisis only taking 4 months in total, at most, the Red Guards of Hammerfell and the Bretons of High Rock probably held on quite well. The countryside likely got decimated, but both regions are famed for their warriors. I mean, remember this guy from ESO? He's a Breton knight, and he's putting in the work against 3 vestiges here, so, if there are a few more of him a few hundred years later, High Rock may have been okay. But this is all theoretical, and obviously we're saying they're okay relatively speaking, because no one was really okay, during the Oblivion crisis anyway. The death toll was still likely in the tens of thousands for both provinces, since that seems to be the norm, but the lack of information seems to shine the Iliac Bay in a better light compared to some other provinces. If you guys have some information that I couldn't find, let me and everyone else in the comments know, or maybe you have some theories to work from. But let's move on yet again to the most modern main Elder Scrolls game, somehow, in 2026, Skyrim.
Such arrogance, to dare take for yourself the name of Nova.
So we have a bit more information about Skyrim, predominantly from a rumour in Oblivion, and the fact that we see some impact in the country itself when we visit it in-game. Let's look at the rumour first, but with a disclaimer. I had a look at the Oblivion Crisis's unofficial Elder Scrolls page, and, apparently, the rumours in Oblivion talk about the Daedra laying waste to the old holds of Skyrim, but I looked through the list of every single rumour and couldn't find a mention of this. Still, it's worth talking about since other people have mentioned it on places like Reddit, and it's assumed that practically every major city was attacked, and this might explain why the old holds tend to be found in a state of disrepair in Skyrim, the game. These old holds are Winterhold, which got a double dose of desolation with the Great Collapse soon after the Oblivion Crisis, the Pale, whose capital is Dawnstar, and, well, Dawnstar is a bit of a shithole, Eastmarch, which Windhelm is the capital of, and Riften, which, Riften's Riften, we all know is a bit of a dump. Obviously, all those cities still stand in Skyrim, so there doesn't seem to be a Kvatch situation in any of these provinces, but Dawnstar and Winterhold especially seem to be worse for wear. Winterhold looks like it's been through 2 travesties because it has, and while we're on the topic of Winterhold, we might as well cover Skyrim's new distrust of magic. Now, you might look at the Lords and think them to be dumb brutes and your stereotypical Vikings that only want to use their muscles and an axe, but some of their distrust for magic is very, very modern, coming from the Great Collapse and how the College of Winterhold remained untouched while the rest of the city plunged into the sea, but it also began because of the Oblivion Crisis, and how magic from the Mythic Dawn led to such a crisis. While it might not seem like it today, the Nords of Skyrim actually used magic profusely throughout history. Their own brand of magic was called clever magic, an art that the clever folk used. I know, it's a dumb name, but the magic apparently came from Shor himself, and it was said that the god used it to create Sovngarde, and even Tiber Septim used it, so it's relatively recent in its use. So if you take into account the Thu'um as well, which is technically magic too, the Nords have strong cultural links with the arcane arts. And yet the Oblivion Crisis caused these traditions to fade. Thus we can assume that the impact of the Oblivion Crisis, which was doubled up with the Great Collapse, was devastating enough in Skyrim to cause massive cultural changes, out of the fear of the Daedra. Curiously, there aren't any Oblivion Gates hanging about in the province, as in the deactivated kind, which either means the Nords managed to shut most of them, or, more likely, destroyed those left over after the crisis, leaving no sign of them. Or Todd forgot, I guess, that's always an option. It's also worth noting that Mehrunes Dagon hates the Nords and their gods, according to the 7 Fights of the Aldudaga, which is a really weird book, and I'm unsure it's canon, but it's from Michael Kirkbride, so, you know, of course it's weird. But Dagon's hatred of the Nords specifically might still be a thing, and if it is, perhaps he did some unspeakable horror to them during the Oblivion Crisis, and that's why they hate magic now. Who knows? Dagon kinda hates everyone unknown. Either way, let's shuffle onto a place we know a little more about when it comes to the Oblivion Crisis, the Somerset Isles.
I had hoped your scholars would be on a level comparable with my own colleagues. They are not.
So, the Somerset Isles probably had the biggest cultural revolution, and they had a literal revolution, because of the Oblivion Crisis. The Thalmor came into power because of it, something I cover in this video, but will mainly be going over the actual events of the crisis here. Now, you'll remember before that I mentioned storms at sea conjured by the Daedra, and the reason we know that this is a thing is because it happened to the Somerset Isles. Ordinarily, being an island makes for a great military asset, just look at the history of Great Britain. But because portals could just open up, and the Somerset Isles were surrounded by storms conjured by Mehrunes Dagon, there was no way to safety for the Altmer, and being on isolated islands actually hurt them. While there were reports that some of the Oblivion Gates were shut by heroic Altmer, allegedly belonging to the Thalmor, the Altmer of the Somerset Isles were driven out of their cities, and the death toll seems to have been 6 or even 7 figures. It was a bad time. The refugees were forced to flee to a final safe haven, the Crystal Tower, but even this wasn't so safe. It's important to understand how instrumental the Crystal Tower was to also understand why its loss was so detrimental. It is one of the towers of Nirn that stabilised the Mundus, or the universe, and has divine properties. These towers aren't always literal towers, such as the Water Tower being the Red Mountain, or the Brass Tower being the Numidium, but that should give you a sense of how powerful these towers can be. Both the Red Mountain and Brass Tower were formed by the heart of Lorcan, and structures like the Crystal or Adamantine Tower are some of the oldest in all of Tamriel. Another way of looking at the Crystal Tower is that it is the Altmer equivalent of the White Gold Tower, but doubled as a magic school, rather than a palace where the Empire ruled from. The Altmer believed that the Crystal Tower would never fall, and in defense of the tower and its people, the bodies of Daedra began to form mountains. But apparently the Daedra had the power of Poseidon, and along with sea storms, began to cause giant earthquakes. They didn't summon horses though, so I guess they're 2 for 3 on the Poseidon front. They shook the Crystal Tower until it crumbled into rubble, and the Altmer were mere moments from eradication before Martin Septim sealed the gates to oblivion on the other side of Tamriel permanently. It's safe to assume that the Altmer suffered a near 7-figure death toll, considering how they were apparently all pushed to one location, and that location fell. It's also worth noting that the Thalmor were credited with the defense of the Crystal Tower. Whether or not that's actually true is irrelevant, because the Oblivion Crisis gave the Thalmor the platform to form the Third Aldmeri Dominion, with their new renown. It also shows that the Altmer did well to bounce back from having one of the worst times on the continent with the Oblivion Crisis. I mean, you could argue they're the superpower on the continent by the time of Skyrim, and after Oblivion, things were looking really, really rough for them. But we might as well finish off looking at the elves with a glance at Valenwood.
But Ifrit teaches that the Bosma form is sacred. Changing our form is forbidden, except in the case of the Wild Hunt being called.
We aren't told anything when it comes to Valenwood and the Oblivion Crisis. Again, this is a theme, but we can infer from the silence that Valenwood probably didn't do that badly. You might find this surprising given that Valenwood is made out of wood and Dagon liked to set things on fire. Also because I've talked about how badly everyone else has done, but that's because the Bosma didn't push their emergency button, which says to me that things weren't dire enough to require it. So, what is this emergency button? Well, that would be the Wild Hunt. And no, not the kind hunting Ciri. It's somehow way worse. I'm talking about the kind where a bunch of life in Valenwood turns into some kind of freak, using eldritch or Lovecraftian magic. It's really, really disgusting. The Bosma have to do a ritual to shapeshift, and these forms aren't static. They're these strange, malleable forms that can kinda just be anything. For instance, you don't just become some freaky werewolf. You essentially aren't made of flesh anymore. Your flesh is gone, and you can become a bunch of crazy tongues, for instance, or just a wave of blood. These shapeshifters go insane and just slay all enemies in their path, until they turn on each other in a cannibalistic fashion. I think one of the books even calls it a cannibalistic orgy, which, yikes. This affects the wildlife too, changing the animals, and all those that shapeshift are lost, hence its emergency nature. A wild hunt wasn't done during the Oblivion Crisis, but was done 3 times previously, or at least these 3 times were actually documented. This says to me that the Oblivion Crisis was obviously still bad, but not as bad as those 3 times, or at least didn't cause the Bosma to panic as much. I don't know why the second time happened, but the first documented wild hunt was in response to invading Nords, led by High King Borgias, the final descendant of Eastern, at least that we know of, and this was when Nords used the voice for war. This was when the Nords were actually proper hardlines. The wild hunt was enough to decimate the Nordic armies and slay Borgias, ending Ysgramor's line. Now the third time was in response to the Khajiit breaking a treaty, those naughty cats. The Khajiit and Bosma had just ended a 5-year war, and when the Khajiit broke a treaty that had just been signed, a wild hunt ritual was conducted and, well, the Khajiit were turned into cat pate. The thing is, the hamlet this took place in and the surrounding valley was sealed off until the shape-shifting monsters had finally duked it out. Now, granted, the wild hunt can be a local or country-wide ritual, depending on how many Bosma get involved. It sounds like the Khajiit one was fairly local, while the Borgias one was far wider. But I think it shows that the Bosma probably did okay during the Oblivion Crisis if they didn't feel the need to make this sacrifice to save their country. It should also be noted that they care a lot about the wildlife. So, if Dagon's Daedra were just burning everything, and there was no way to stop them, they probably would or should have resorted to a wild hunt. Then again, the Oblivion Crisis took place around 30-ish years after the final Wild Hunt we talked about, so I don't know if there's a cooldown on it or something, considering how rare the Wild Hunt is. So take all of this with a pinch of salt. I'm willing to bet the Oblivion Crisis was still an incredibly difficult time for the Bosmer, but it does feel like it could have gone worse. But since we've already mentioned the Khajiit here, we might as well look at them in greater detail real quick.
Maik carries 2 weapons to be safe. What if one breaks? That would be most unlucky.
Again, we know nothing about what happened elsewhere during the Oblivion Crisis, and unlike with the Bosmer, there's no extreme failsafe that gives us a rough guess. Yeah, I genuinely have nothing for you here, other than that there were a bunch of Oblivion gates opening in South Cyrodiil, which borders the north of Elsewhere, so you can infer that northern Elsewhere probably got it worse than southern Elsewhere? Yeah, I'm guessing here. The only other thing I could find was one of Elsewhere's cities, Rimmen, being its own city-state right after the Oblivion Crisis, according to the Infernal City novel. I'm not sure why this was, and if it's because of the Oblivion Crisis. Perhaps the city did better than the rest of the country, and didn't want to waste resources on helping everyone else. If you know more about Elsewhere in the Oblivion Crisis, please do let me know. I think another thing worth mentioning is that the Khajiit kind of reacted to the Oblivion Crisis similarly to how the Dunmer did, in that the crisis wasn't the worst thing to happen to them in a sort of recent time. The Khajiit more so suffered from the Void Nights that happened later on, when the moons just vanished. Now we've talked about this a lot before, but the moons are vitally important to the Khajiit and which form they take, these forms being called Furstock. We're not quite sure what happened here, and perhaps there were just a bunch of stillbirths, or perhaps Khajiit couldn't be born. But this was worse for them than the Oblivion Crisis. Speaking of things that could have gone worse, we might as well now move on to our final province, which may have actually enjoyed itself during the crisis, or at least enjoyed the time after because they handled it pretty well. Blackmarsh.
There are so few rules here. All we ask is that you don't disrespect your family.
A disclaimer. Everything I'm about to say might be propaganda, but we can't prove it otherwise, because no one can actually go into the heart of Blackmarsh unless they're an Argonian. It's that hostile. The wildlife will end you, the very air will end you, the swamps will end you. There's probably some baby lizard out there that'll end you. It's awful. I mean, we don't even know if the people in the heart of Blackmarsh even call the place Blackmarsh, or are even aware that there's an empire. And I've actually done an old video on Argonians and the Oblivion Crisis here, but I'll give you the abridged version right now. Ready your butts, because this is where Elder Scrolls lore gets out of hand. So, the Hist, probably by virtue of being some of the oldest organisms on Nirn, since the incoming invasion by Maerens Dagon through their roots, I guess, and summoned as many Argonians back to the province as possible. They then allowed the Argonians into the Hist trees, essentially giving them Daedra-slaying steroids and making a bunch of Captain Argonias. You might be asking, if the Hist can do this, why didn't they when a bunch of people tried to conquer Blackmarsh? The province is part of the Empire after all. Well, while trees typically have the reputation of being wise, sage and chill, the Hist are assholes. They also only got involved because Dagon directly threatened their existence, but they also showed how effective they could be, because the Daedra never really stood a chance. While the Somerset Isles were getting decimated, Cyrodiil lost its royal family and Skyrim developed a magic phobia, the Argonians were enjoying their new Doomguy powers, and not only repelled the Daedra, but actually launched a counter-invasion. Rather than shutting the Oblivion Gates like literally everyone else, the Argonians actually decided to stay in the Deadlands and start conquering it, which is just the most hardcore thing ever. Imagine going
Actually,
into
multiple
literal hell
videos
and
siya.
saying, yeah, this place
Like,
is nice,
isang buong
I'll
playlist
conquer it
siya.
for lizard kind, we can put a farm
isang
over
buong
there,
taon.
a windmill over there,
Meron
and a
siyang
Costco right in the
64
corner over
videos
there.
so far.
Anyway, Mehron's Dagon was clearly not ready for a counter-invasion, and basically decided that Black Marsh was not worth the effort. He shut the Oblivion Gates in Lizard Town early, and I assume that means some Argonians were stuck in the Deadlands after the crisis. I like to think that some of these super soldiers are still there,
meron pa
like
tayong
some
mga
Argonians laid some eggs, and Dagon randomly gets attacked by gorilla fighting lizard super
more than
soldiers
8
as a
hours na
visible reminder of his failure to
video.
invade Black Marsh. Weirdly, because of how
Yes,
badly
hello.
everyone else got decked,
Elder
the
Scrolls Lord.
Argonians were actually in a good spot following the Oblivion Crisis. They declared independence pretty much straight away, and this also gave them the capacity to launch a full invasion of Morrowind 6 years later. Whether this whole hist thing is actually true or just propaganda, it is clear that the Oblivion Crisis didn't affect Black Marsh as badly as everywhere else. So you know what? Well done, Lizard Boys. Before we end the video today, I want to have a quick look at some continent-wide effects of the Oblivion Crisis.
This is my neighborhood.
It probably doesn't surprise you that the Oblivion Crisis had a massive effect on the Empire, something I cover fully in this video, so I'm not going over it here. Instead, I'd like to discuss the new age of Daedra fear and hatred, ironically after the Oblivion Gates had fully been sealed. It doesn't seem to have hit Morrowind, since they worship Daedra princes anyway, but witch hunts took place to deal with the remaining members of the Mythic Dawn. Mehron's Razor got broken into 3 bits, which we can find in Skyrim, and an organisation was created to deal with any Daedra worshippers to prevent anything like the Oblivion Crisis from happening again, which you may know as the Vigilance of Stendar. Unfortunately, the Vigil doesn't really seem to be all that good at their jobs. In Skyrim, this dude gets punked by Molag Bal, then the entire hall gets done in by vampires, aka Molag Bal worshippers, to the point where a new organisation needs to come in to deal with them. But hey, that's where these chuckle nuggets come from, and if you ever wanted to actually be a member of the Vigilant of Stendar, since they're a new faction in Skyrim that basically do nothing, play the Vigilant mod. You'll have no idea what's going on the first time around, and you'll love it. It's absolute cinema. It still makes the Vigilants look like chumps though, but hey, you get to tango with Molag Bal. Thanks for watching this admittedly late dive into the Oblivion Crisis. It's been about a year since Oblivion Remastered came out, so that's my excuse for getting into this topic again, and hopefully you enjoyed it. I had to do some inference on a few things, and the scale of the event is difficult to really get a feel for when we haven't been to a lot of these provinces. Hell, we've been to Skyrim and we still don't really know the full impact there. No one talks about it that much, so don't expect too much if or when we go to the Iliac Bay, which I assume is going to be the location of the Elder Scrolls 6, if the bastard thing ever comes out. I might do a video on that too soon. I'll try my best not to come across as another Bethesda hater, but in the meantime, we're real close to 10k subs, so if you would be so kind as to do the YouTube ritual of liking, comment and subscribing, I'd massively appreciate it just so I can get this arbitrary number. And hopefully, I'll see you in another video.
Grenade! Itong chaos ko parang grenade lang talaga siya. Yes, itong video na to is parang one part lang ng Oblivion. One dedicated video lang siya. Ito lang.
말 같지도 않은 소리 하지 말고.
우리 다시는
I'm the Glub Glow Gambler.
Okay.
I love books, and this basement is a true treasure trove.
Yeah.
2년이 있다고 했지?
Yes, pagka
The
Paris.
Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge, the Woodland
Right.
Man, the Gardener of Men,
I think
Calamari King,
year
Squid
difference
Game,
lang
the Octopus, Tentacles McGee. He has had many names over his
Daggerfall at
existence, and is
Oblivion is
known as
around
one of the oldest
within
Daedric
10
princes in
years,
the Elder
parang ganon.
Scrolls. His hand, or his tentacles, have been all over the place, hoovering up the knowledge beyond our comprehension like the Cthulhu reference he is. But what's his deal? What's his
Damn.
history?
Okay, dito
What does he actually want? Knowledge, sure, but he has done more than just interact with Dragonborns over the years, and some of these interactions paint contradicting images of the Daedric Prince, who is, in my mind, one of the most complicated figures in the Elder Scrolls because he's, ironically, one of the most simple and single-minded. So, today, let's take a closer look at Hermaeus Mora, how he's betrayed in Tamrielic religions, and how this contradicts the Calamari King persona we have in Skyrim's Dragonborn DLC.
Ang daming dyan. Yes, love. Yes, love. Yes, pa, love. Huh?
So, before we talk about who
Love you.
Hermaeus Mora
Hindi kita
is,
marinig, love.
we need to discuss what he is.
I love you. Love you, love. Love you. Kanta ka na? Kiki-drama. Love you. Love you, love.
Obviously, he is one of the 17 Daedric princes, and put that 17 with an asterisk which we will cover later. But what exactly is a Daedric prince? Well, they're the most powerful of the Daedra, each ruling over their own Daedric realm, in Oblivion, and the Daedra are immortal beings, et Arda, the original spirits, who did not contribute to the creation of the world, and thus did not give their power to Daedra. As a result, this has led to the belief that Daedric princes are more powerful than their Aedra counterparts, who did give a portion of their power to make the world. But the truth is, this depends on the Aedra and Daedric prince you're looking at. For instance, we saw Akatosh give Dagon a beatdown in Oblivion, and Periite, the Daedric Prince of Pestilence, is considered weak among the Daedric princes. We're told this straight up in a Skyrim loading screen, so I think it's safe to say he's not winning a fight against most Aedra. On the other hand, we have Boethia, who defeated, ate, and then subsequently excreted out Trinimac, an Aedra, turning him into Malakath, a Daedric prince. So it definitely varies from character to character, and this description of an Et Arda who didn't give their power to make the world is a bit of a loose one. Still, where does Hermaeus Mora sit on the power chart? What is his relationship with the other Daedric princes? Well, it's tough to say, since Mora is more of a trickster and a hoarder than he is a demon planning world domination, and this is something that makes his worship also very interesting. In many ways, he sort of feels like the perfect D&D warlock patron, who is very much give and take. He'll give you some knowledge, usually in exchange for some unique knowledge that you have. Actually, our interactions with him in Skyrim are a good example, since he gives us the knowledge of the Bend Will shout to match Marak in exchange for the secrets of the Sky, which he's been coveting for a very, very long time. Knowledge is very much power when Hermaeus Mora is involved, so much so that he has shown he can overcome other Daedric princes, which is proven to be a controversial choice. But don't shoot the messenger. This is all from ESO 2, so it's fairly modern, but it does give us an idea as to how Hermaeus Mora operates around other Daedric princes.
A
again, he misses the point. Focusing on the second act to the exclusion of the final. A common mistake in storycraft.
One of the reasons I said 17 Daedric princes, with an asterisk, is that
Oh,
there
you
are those
suck.
that the wider people of Tamriel don't know about. Typically, those in the universe say that there are 16 Daedric princes, since they don't know about the Jigalag and Sheer-Gorath situation, but all these scholars might actually be a couple short. You see, Hermaeus Mora's realms are knowledge, fate, and secrets, but fate is not one that he originally started with. In ESO, the Vestige, the fancy name for the player character, finds out about an 18th Daedric prince, Ophelia, whose realm was paths and fate, and Ophelia was extraordinarily powerful. Hermaeus Mora found out about Ophelia and the Loom of the Untravelled Road, a fate-altering machine that she intended to use to, alter fate. But the problem is that the machine could have broken reality. Mora wasn't too happy about this, so he got a squad together, made up of Azura, Boethia, and Methala, and imprisoned Ophelia. You might recognise this trio of Daedra princes that Mora enlisted as the three good Daedra in Dunmer culture, essentially their three main gods. And it seems Hermaeus Mora has at least a good working relationship with these three, particularly Azura, which we'll mention later. Now, to ensure that Ophelia would never present a threat again, Hermaeus Mora created the Echo Nair, a tool to erase any lingering memory of Ophelia. But despite the Calamari King's powers and potentially taking over Ophelia's realm of fate, this didn't stop her from being hidden forever. Long story short, and it is a very long story, when the Vestige finally found and freed Ophelia, then went through a bunch of nonsense, Ophelia knew the danger she possessed, and, with the Vestige of Mora's help, entered a new reality in exile. Following this, only Hermaeus Mora and the Vestige knew of Ophelia, potentially one of the most Daedric princes around, and Squid Game here solved the problem predominantly with diplomacy, whether that be with other Daedric princes, the Vestige, or Ophelia herself, who agreed to her exile. From what I can tell, there are quite a few people who didn't like Ophelia from ESO, and I find the entire ordeal quite a confusing one, especially because she began as another type of Et Arda, a Magna Gi, who left the world after finding out that the creation of said world was draining their power, and thus they burst through the sky to create the stars, with Magnus, the greatest of them, creating the sun. And if you recognise the name Magnus, that's because this is his eye. I'm not quite sure how one pivots from Magna Gi to Daedric Prince, and if you want to know more about the world's creation, this Akatosh video is for you, because I go into it there. But let's look at a more mortal perspective with Hermaeus Mora now, and his worship across Tamriel.
Hermaeus Mora.
Stand in my realm, mortal.
While you can probably find
Yes,
small
baka
cults
soon.
dedicated to Hermaeus Mora across the continent, again, we'll get into that later, he features as a proper god in a few religions, although most of the time he comes with a bit of an asterisk. You see, Hermaeus Mora is not really evil. At least, if you were to put him on this chart, he wouldn't really be evil. He doesn't really seem to have morals though, but it also doesn't seem like he wants to go around committing atrocities. He simply wants knowledge and will do whatever is most convenient to get that knowledge. And this has led him to having a place in the pantheons, but with a lot of people basically saying, be careful with that one. The pantheons, or rather general religions, he is found in include the Nordic pantheon as a testing god, the Khajiit pantheon as a worldly spirit, the Bosmeri pantheon as a cult, and the Cyrodiilic pantheon as one of the acceptable blasphemes. Now, his placement in the Cyrodiilic pantheon isn't too special, since Tiber Septim essentially reintroduced the Daedric princes as the 16 acceptable blasphemes. Interestingly, this is because the Nibonese tended to occasionally worship Daedric princes during the interregnum, the chaotic period between the Second and Third Cyrodiilic Empires, which is the time period that ESO takes place in the Second Era. So there's not a lot to say here. This allowance of Daedra worship didn't necessarily pay off either, because, well, the Oblivion Crisis happened, and the Empire is still feeling the effects of Dagon shenanigans all this time later. So you probably should have been a bit more selective about the Daedric princes you let people worship, eh, Tiber? Now, comparatively, a better example of what they should have done with the Daedric princes is what the Khajiit ended up doing with the worldly spirits, a sort of sub-pantheon of esoteric gods you don't usually find commonly worshipped in most provinces. According to a book called The Worldly Spirits, there are 3 Daedric princes that are a part of this group, alongside Nerni, which is the spirit of the planet Nirn, where the Elder Scrolls takes place, and Aoife, the Khajiit name for Ifri, the hippie tree god that makes the Bosmer eat people. Oh, and if you're new to Elder Scrolls lore, Wood Elves eat people. Anyway, Hermaeus Mora is of course one of the Daedric worldly spirits, called Hermora, and is joined by Hircine and Sanguine, called Sangin. What's interesting is that these 3 Daedric princes are some of the most neutral of the bunch. They don't tend to have specific loyalties, since Hircine just wants to hunt, and Sanguine just wants to get hammered on a Friday night, while Hermaeus Mora just wants every book under the sun. Curiously, the Khajiit see Hermaeus Mora's keeping of knowledge as a duty, and that he keeps a massive library under the sea. There's a little bit of fact in this, but it's not quite right, we'll get into that later too, because Apocrypha is in Oblivion, which I'm pretty sure isn't under a sea, but it's also curious that Paul the Octopus here has a seeming friendship with Azura, according to the Khajiit. Since she's all about moons, and those Khadduds built their entire culture around said moons, Azura is very much a favourite of the Khajiit. So this painted Mora in a pretty good picture, with his vast library often hosting Azura whenever she wishes to do a bit of reading for a book talk account. The whole Ithelia situation we mentioned before could even be some evidence for this, since Azura and the 2 other good Daedra, as the Dunmer called them, were the people that Mora went to. Still, the Khajiit don't see Tentacles McGee as all sunshine and rainbows. The book itself states, you should not call on this spirit unless you wish to be tested on your behalf. So the Khajiit acknowledge the danger of Hermaeus Mora, and while they respect what he does, they don't want to get in the way, but then that leads us to the Bosmer and the Nords. Interestingly, there's some overlap between the 2 here, particularly with the shared title they have for Mora, the Woodland Man.
I have watched your progress through my realm with growing interest.
You might be surprised that, of all people, the Nords and the Bosmer came to the same title for Mora, the Woodland Man, which, considering that the Bosmer are literal wood elves, is probably quite a respectable title for them. Let's look at the Bosmer side first, since there isn't too much going on here. While modern Bosmer tend to go away from the traditional, more isolationist way of life they are famous for, particularly with the contact not harming plant life, this has led to many separate clans throughout the province, and thus many cults opening up. For instance, there's the Wilder King, a god king sort of in the vein of what the Tribunal were, but on a much smaller scale, who resides over the Greenshade, a region in Valenwood. We don't know a lot about the Bosmer worship of Hermaeus Mora, but what we do know is that it's really weird he shares the title of Herma Mora, Woodland Man, with the ancient Nordic variety. They call him a malicious trickster spirit, but also say that he isn't to be confused with the Daedric Prince of Mora. But it's clearly the same guy. I mean, come on, you can't have that name and not be the same guy.
Wayne Tech promised an electric car by this year. I put a deposit down. Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce? She can't stand the sight of
oh
me.
my god. Stress. Nope. Let's not engage.
Now I'm always smiling.
Then we have the Nordic iteration, or rather the Atmoran version, since this
But
version of
understood
Hermes
naman,
Mora
but
is so old that it originated on the continent of Atmora before the Children of the Sky eventually waddled their way south with Ysgramor. Hermamora, as he is also known, is one of the testing gods, essentially beings that the Admorans acknowledge as divine but exist to test and antagonize humanity. He is joined by Ork, a strange mix of Malakath and Ork, who is seen as the god of the orcs, at least in the eyes of the Admorans, and Alduin, who needs no introduction. Hermamora is probably the least destructive of the three, and is also seen as a trickster deity, although the Admorans do have quite a black and white view of the world. You're either with the elves or with humanity, for all the most part, which we know doesn't really apply to we have Cthulhu at home here, but the ancient myth we have about him from the Admorans is pretty funny, as ancient Admoran myths tend to be. Before we get into that, some context. The ancient Atmorans originally worshipped animal aspects, with each god being represented by an animal. Cain, also known as Kinnereth, was a hawk, while Shor, who you might know as either Lorcan or Shazar, was a fox. So you might then be thinking, logically, that Hermes Mora would be a squid, or an octopus, or maybe even a cuttlefish. But no, he's a hare. Yeah, this thing. This weird-looking rabbit-adjacent thing.
Okay, so dito kasi nilalaro ko lang. Parang meron siyang parang dungeons, ganyan.
Anyway, let's tell the story now.
Ang tawag doon is vault. Tapos sa last room na napunta ko, may isa siyang parang challenge room. Tapos may nag-spawn na mga kalaban na malalakas. Tapos na-stress ako, ayokong labanan.
He's also the founder of Skyrim and the number 2 hater of all things elf.
Tumakbo, syempre. Tapos ang pinaka nakaka-stress is hinahabol nila ako hanggang sa makalabas.
He loved hunting so much, he got an enchanted bow just for the job, with a magic bowstring that made the weapon sentient, and it moaned whenever he shot it.
My god, na-stress ako.
Why? Why? What's the point? Why is it doing that? Now this obviously didn't make hunting with stealth easy.
Oh my god, 10 levels down na claim leggings ko.
And when Ysgramor took to hunting the white stag of Forelgrim, which I'm pretty sure has no relation to the Ursine white stag, he found himself getting punked by the thing. The stag was too quick and quiet for the young Ysgramor, which is where the hare comes into the picture. He waddles out of the undergrowth and tells young Ysgramor that he knows where the stag is because of his massive ears. And by sure, those are some big ears. Apparently, Ysgramor didn't find a talking hare strange. Actually, this is Elder Scrolls, that's probably the most normal thing to happen to it. Anyway, this little creature offered the Admoran big ears too, so he could track the stag more easily. Not afraid to look like a freak, Ysgramor said, sure, I could go for some long ears, but as his ears grew, out stepped the fox, who clotheslined the hare and sent that creepy little bugger packing to oblivion. The fox revealed himself as Shor, telling Ysgramor not to believe the lies of the hare, the woodland man, Hermes Mora, who tried to trick Ysgramor into having giant elf ears. Now I've seen plenty of elves in Elder Scrolls, and none have ears like that. But that's beside the point. This parable served as a tale to warn Atmorans about Hermamora, and to use what they have, rather than fall for the tricks of the elves, lest they become just like them, their mortal enemy. As funny as this story is, it does make Hermamora a kind ally to the elves, which doesn't really go with the characterization we know about him, since he is known to be extraordinarily neutral. Of course, you can point to his seeming allegiance to Azura and the other good Daedra in Dunmeri culture, but the Morans didn't really care about that, so I think this is more of just a prank from Hermaeus Mora, which, again, is hilarious. Now, in general, his depictions in Tamrielic religions tend to have a beware of danger sign right
Okay,
next to them.
ayoko na yun.
But what about his cults? What about those
I-sort
devoted
out ko
to
lang
the
aking mga
government of
gamit at
men?
mag-end na ako ng
Well,
stream.
that's a different story.
Serve me faithfully, and you will continue to be richly
While not quite being pure devotion, sailors often swear by Hermaeus Mora whenever they go on a voyage. It seems that Mora exists as a kind of Davy Jones-esque figure in the Elder Scrolls, tentacles and all. It isn't just the Khajiit that associate the sea with Mora, and it seems that it's a continent-wide superstition, but this superstition is not unfounded. You see, not only does Mora have the Davy Jones role, he also has a sub-realm similar to Davy Jones's locker, called the Fathom's Drift, where many a sunken ship end up. This realm is apparently within Apocrypha somewhere, and is where captains who challenge Hermaeus
Speed
Mora, whom they
upgrade.
know as the Tide King, end up. Sometimes they have forbidden cargo, ignore omens,
Arceus
and I would
accumulate.
assume may have some sort of secret knowledge that Mora really wants. Thus, many a sailor is careful of their prayers and words when at sea, lest the Tide King come from the depths to claim their vessel. Some even enter pacts with the Calamari King when they arrive in his
what's that?
realm through the depths, which does sound very, very D&D. It kinda sounds like what happened to Ford in Critical Role Campaign 2, which, Matt Mercer, you're not copying Todd, are you? I mean, both of them have Laura Bailey in the cast, so... Anyway, sailors aren't the only ones offering prayers to the Lovecraft reference over here. He has two specific organisations in his name, one known as the Ciphers of the Eye, while the other is known as the Scribes of Mora. The Ciphers of the Eye, or just Ciphers, are mortal scholars who take up residence in Apocrypha with an invitation from Mora himself. They act as an army of librarians to sort of caretake all the knowledge constantly raining down in Apocrypha. In exchange, they get all of this knowledge to sift through themselves, and a place to live, with a settlement within the Oblivion realm known as the Ciphers Midden, which has often been a place of refuge for mortals roaming the realm. We don't get to see any of this in the Dragonborn DLC, because I assume Marak is causing a lot of issues for the Ciphers, and we don't see too much of this realm in general. We only really go through the paths opened up by the
Lahat
Black Dogs.
ng
But in ESO, many a Cipher
related sa
is an
kunin
NPC
natin
you can
to.
interact with. While the Ciphers organise the knowledge collected in Apocrypha, the
Interactive
Scribes of Mora
mode.
are the ones going out of the way to find that knowledge. They go around documenting things around
Ito kunin
Mundus,
natin ng
and
vids.
even in
Ito
Oblivion,
kunin natin.
using magic to stay
Ito,
hidden and not to
ito,
interfere
server
with events.
offer.
They're like the BBC Earth film crew, I guess, and... Wait, does that make Hermaeus Mora David Attenborough? Ugh, we're getting off topic. But all in all, as working for Daedric Princes go, it doesn't
Sort
really
yung
sound
mga
like working
gamit.
for Hermaeus Mora is that bad. If you're specifically a scholar, and if running a bookstore is a dream of yours, you even get a proper place to stay, and a bit of a community. As someone with an Elder Scrolls YouTube channel, Hermaeus Mora sounds like my kind of boss. But what if you have, or rather are, something more? Well, that leads us to his characterization in Skyrim and its Dragonborn DLC.
And so the first Dragonborn meets the
Is the
last
last Dragonborn.
Dragonborn at the summit of Apocrypha.
If you're someone who is somewhat confused by all the ESO stuff and started your journey with the series at Skyrim, you probably know Hermaeus Mora as the tentacled, eye-heavy mass that speaks at a snail's pace. Obviously, he still wants knowledge. That much shouldn't surprise you, and the secrets of the
Network
Dwemer are
guidebook.
what introduce us to him when we arrive in Septimus's outpost, looking for an Elder Scroll. So, if you want to do the main quest, or even Dawnguard, since you need several Elder Scrolls to get that done, you will cross paths with Hermaeus Mora, whether you like it or not. He has at least one of his many eyes on you. Now this then makes his introduction as the Puppet Master of the Dragonborn DLC not so shocking, because it did feel he wanted something more when we originally met him in the main quest. But what is a little strange is his relationship with Marak. In truth, we don't know what their working relationship
Crescent
was,
hammer.
for lack of a better term, since we don't ever hear them talk with each other except from right
Double
at the end
punch.
when Mora puts his tentacle on Marak. Whoa, pause. When Mora turns Marak into a skeleton and we get his souls. Yeah, that's better. But Marak is more than just Hermaeus Mora's prisoner. As we know, the pair originally made a pact, in which Marak got more knowledge, and the Gardener of Men saved the first
May
Dragonborn's
bog ako
life
dito.
after he got battered silly by Valok
Vault
Vitula.
Essence.
If you want to know more about Marak,
Augment.
I've got a whole
Kunin
video
natin
just
itong
on him,
augment
but
term.
since then, Marak has been unable to leave Apocrypha. In some ways, Marak sort of exists as Hermaeus Mora's trophy, a massively powerful being with the blood of a dragon and the blessing of Akatosh, reduced to a captive. And as we've established before, Mora's captivity is enough to keep a Daedric prince behind bars. Still, it wasn't like Marak was only a prisoner. It seems that he was given a title, the First Servant, something known to the ciphers of Apocrypha, and a title implies responsibility, although we weren't entirely sure what Marak was actually doing as a job. Sure, we knew he was trying to leave the realm, but did Hermaeus Mora reduce the first Dragonborn to a glorified librarian? Did he live in the ciphers midden, and did he have friends? Was he himself a cipher too? I couldn't find anything beyond dialogue in ESO from a cipher that Marak had terminated, which called him the First Servant. While Hermaeus Mora said that Marak's freedom would spread his influence in Tamriel, it's clear with the way that he tends to operate that he would rather keep things low-key, hidden, and he would rather be an observer. So much so that he would rather Marak be lost to everyone than be free. So then, that raises another question. What does he want with us? Obviously, Hermaeus Mora used us and the Marak situation to get the secrets of the Scal, but to me anyway, this feels like he's trying to get the best out of a bad situation. I'm not sure what these secrets are, but I'm pretty sure that they are not worth the loss of an asset like Marak. Unless it's, I don't know, the secret formula to the Krabby Patty. Now, that would be worth it, but it's clear Tendrils and Tails over here is seeking to replace Marak with us. He says as much with this dialogue.
Did you think to escape me, Mirak? You can hide nothing from me here. No matter. I have found a new dragonborn to serve me.
But what does serving him actually mean? Are we his Cerberus, his security to make sure no one takes his knowledge? Are we his trophy? It's tough because we aren't entirely sure what Marak was doing under Hermaeus Mora, except for trying to get away from Apocrypha. Mora doesn't trap us, and it seems that the last Dragonborn still gets a choice as to where to go after the Dragonborn DLC, but the fate fate of Skyrim's protagonist remains unknown because there's no Elder Scrolls 6. We're also an extremely loud individual, and I don't just mean the shouts. We save the world from Alduin and Harkon, get a nationally and maybe even internationally recognised title, Ysmir, and are real high on the Falmor hit list, which seems like something against Herman Mora's deal. He is all about being low-key, unseen, and is a hoarder of secrets, but it's tricky for the last Dragonborn to be much of a secret, given everything we've done. Well, the
Wow,
answer
Kitsune
might lie in
Shield.
how multifaceted Hermaeus Mora actually is.
Whether you acknowledge me or not is your own business. But I
Soulbound.
will be
Some Daedric princes have known true forms. Azura even projected her form onto her people, turning the Kaima into the Dunmer. Hermaeus Mora is described as being multitudes, and only takes a single form for the sake of mortals, or their minds would explode. It's very much a Lovecraftian concept, and while it's cheap to just say Hermaeus Mora is beyond our mortal comprehension, Hermaeus Mora is beyond our mortal comprehension. It's why he's so many different things at once. He's a scholar, a collector, a trickster, a diplomat, a jailer, and a curse upon the sailors of Nirn. His eyes are watching everything all at once, and his tentacles are ready to reach into every realm to learn more. But what's curious is that, while he tends to keep some secrets to himself, like Athelia, it's clear he also enjoys sharing knowledge to some degree. That's why the ciphers are a thing, and why Morak was given knowledge in the first place. In many ways, Hermaeus Mora is a contradiction, because of his multifaceted nature, and he is also almost everything. In my opinion, he's presented as the most omniscient Daedric prince, and feels like he always has a hand, or rather tentacle, in things, even if his presence isn't as overt as whatever the hell Dagon's
Okay,
doing.
anyway, bukas na
Murlagar
ako ulit.
invaded Tamriel too,
Hi.
and Mathala had an army of
Pagod
her
ako.
Aurorans
Mr. Suit.
fighting on the side of the Aelids, yet the closest thing we've had to more
Bukas,
Valar's
gawin
landing on
natin tong
Nirn
mga
is
quest
what
na to.
Morak did, and
Ay, kahit
Octoeyes
mabangad.
made sure to snuff that out before it got out of hand. So really, it's difficult to nail down what exactly
Diffuser.
Hermaeus Mora is, other than a being that just wants to know everything. That's his entire thing, and that could be what he wants out of the last Dragonborn. We've joined every guild, seen the Eye of Magnus, spoken to Nocturnal, listened to the commands of Sithis through the Night Mother, been to Sovngarde, the Solgairn, and the Forgotten Vale, and so much more. We have seen and known enough to intrigue Mora, and that's without our unique status as a Dragonborn, with an understanding of the Thu'um beyond literally every other mortal. He doesn't necessarily want us, he wants what we know. He wants every bit of information the world has on offer, and thus he is called the Gardener of Men, for he harvests knowledge from the mortals of Nirn when their minds are ripe. He is simultaneously very simple and very complicated. Hermaeus Mora is a contradiction, a paradox, and beyond our comprehension. And that is why he is so damn cool. I do wish he spoke quicker though. I do have other things to do.
God.
I am Asmoth, creator of the Omnitrix, sculptor of worlds, smartest being in 5 galaxies. Of course I can take it from you.
Dragonborn.
Take it from him.
You got it.
Thanks for watching. Hopefully, if this does well, this will be the start of a Daedric Prince series, breaking down the lore, nature, worship, and strange tales behind each of these whack jobs. The Daedric Princes are an odd sort to look at, and I wanted to begin with who I consider to be the strangest of the bunch, because of how he's presented. Hermaeus Mora is
Okay,
someone
last na
with a
talaga.
common goal,
Set
a
up lang
treasure
natin
of
to.
all knowledge in the world, with an
Just
extremely
hopper.
complicated nature. I'm sure I've missed some stuff about Hermamora, so please educate each other in the comments about the Gardener of Men, and educate me too. When I first started this channel, I thought I'd run out of topics after a year, but it's been more than a year, and there seems to be constantly more to learn from this bizarre universe, despite not having that new mainline game. I was worried I'd have to do Elder Scrolls Castle Lore or something, but either way, please do the like, comment and subscribe YouTube ritual, and hopefully I'll see you in another video. That while Tullius has to adhere to the wishes of the Thalmor to some degree because of the White Gold Concordat, he is both willful and intelligent enough not to fall for the Dominion's tricks and to actually do something about it. He shows throughout the Civil War questline as well that while he doesn't understand the Nords and their culture, he is wise enough to listen to those who do. This is where Rika comes into the picture as Tullius' right hand.
Okay, bukas ka na. Like, oh my god. Okay. Mirrorbox 4K decorative soul value. So yun pala yung soul value. Okay, gets. Sweet is craftable naman siya to blocks. Driftwood. My god, ang dami kong wooden chunk. And sandy rocks. Okay, that's all guys. Ako ay mag-settle na. Bye, 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 bye. Mabush, 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 mabush. Push, 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 push. Bye, 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 bye. Abrupt end stream activate.